And we're back. Is that working a little bit better? Sweet. Yeah, it's an old modem and it doesn't handle the... They updated the fiber in my area a couple years back. I think it was like 2 or so years ago, to just faster up and down speeds, and the modems just can't handle it, and the cache fills up and just backlogs, and I need to reset it and remember to reset it every couple of days, especially with the streaming. I'm noticing with, obviously having a lot of upload volume, it needs a reset more regularly. How's things, mate? Still playing the other game, or has the itch for PoE 2 already returned? Man, these initial loading times with Vulkan are horrendous. Ah, nice. Yeah, it's always exciting doing something new. Chael is such a unique ascendancy as well. I'd imagine it's a lot of fun. You were mucking around with darkness, weren't you? Or were you planning on going volatility as well? Eventually. Yeah, I'd imagine in hardcore. How does darkness work? It replaces spirit effectively, doesn't it? From what I understand. Man, what's with this load time? Oh, damn. 10 per level, so... Yeah, shit, I can see how it builds up real quick. What's that? Level 60-ish by the time you hit end game. So that's what, 600? 1% per chaos. Yeah, over 1,000. So yeah, 1,400 second interlude makes sense. Damn, that's juicy. That's basically double your HP really at that point. Alright, this is taking too long. This happens on the very first load very often. Bloody Vulcan. Damn, that's juicy. Juicy, juicy. Alright, so what I'm gonna do... Hey, Balak, how's it going, mate? Is, I think I've got some temple crystals, so we may quickly go get some currency while this is all set up. And then as people come in, because there was quite a few people that were interested, we will full send it into the new setup. Just double check that I do have everything set up correctly on this. Yeah, cool. Hey, hey, Duke, how's it going, mate? Oh, damn, that's a nice strong coffee. Ooh, that'll pep me up. It's not bad. See if we can limb upgrade. Throw that on there. Throw that on there. Yo, Math, what's up, mate? We're just going to quickly use up these temple crystals and hopefully get one more at Ziri kill in, just to get some currency, which may help out. Because getting some architect orbs for the new setup or the dual sacrifice orbs would be pretty handy. Oh, man. That's... Oh, jeez. What's with all the rips? Everyone's dying. Level 50, though, to be honest, given the scuffed nature of that setup, Chronomancer Stampede, I'm still impressed you got that far, but it's a real shame about the Witch Hunter, mate. What happened?
Time this general to serve my ends, not theirs. And at the cost to serve me.
You have made a great mistake.
This medallion.
He's just like a... Oh, man. Well, you can always remake it. You can always remake it. Dodge roll stuck, yeah. Find it easy to get tripped up sometimes with dodge rolls. As much as they improved the not being able to dodge roll into a sprint too much, that still catches me out sometimes. Which is actually one thing, nice thing about this setup is that if I ever do get stuck, I just go into active shield block and it kind of keeps me up for a bit longer. Gemling Stampede, yeah. Gemling is just so good in general. That's why my next build's going to be a Gemling as well. Just been itching to try it out. I'm pigeonholed. I'm chained to the Infernalist builds.
How did you reach me? Consider the end.
I'll hold this medallion.
This red ball, it's making me nervous. Alright. Oh, fuck, this is horrible. It's gonna be rough. Coward's Legacy, yeah. Lineage support. Alright. Actually, we had the limbs. You do like the Queen of the Forest, don't you? You've been playing that a bit, from what I remember. If there's any more common uniques or any uniques, let me know. I'll have a look in my dump tab. I maybe have something lying around. I'm pretty sure I don't have a constricting command, but I can check if I've got anything else that you may need. Yeah, I've been really tempted to try out, talking about uniques and building around them, I've been tempted to potentially look into,
Another medallion.
what is it, Skin of the Loyal. The only thing is on THC. That'd be a bit tricky. I think that would need the proper trade league to really maximize a build around that. Damage taken recouped as life or movement speed while sprinting. Oh, hardcore, I think this has more value. Yeah. A little bit more regen. Alright, fingers crossed this we can do at Ziri with these last crystals, and then we'll do the build change. I just want to milk this for a little bit more currency if we can. Oh! Possible. Should be possible. Should definitely be possible. Can I get both of these linked up so I can prep it for the next one as well? I don't think I'm going to be able to. What's that? The Val Corruption Orb. We'll grab one of those. What does this drop? Gem Corruptor. We'll grab one of those as well. So that's some nice currency as well. We got that linked up. Alright. That was nice. Yeah, sure thing, Herm. I don't imagine ever using it series steps. Is it series steps the... No. I'm thinking, what's the cast on dodge one? That's the from the Arbiter of Divinity, isn't it? The boots that give you the increased dodge distance, which all the cast on dodge builds were using. And series steps is something else, isn't it? Oh, monkey hit me for about 5% of my life. Oh no.
Their ambitions earn the greatest of failure.
So, don't you normally put it to bed around this time, Math? Well, I will be getting a cultivation orb as well, although I may use one on a snake pit, to be honest.
Another medallion.
For the... Oh, double? Nice. They will be very handy. A double drop on this cultivation ore would be nice. Then I can give one to Herm and use one myself. Oh, that's the one. God, that's getting in the way.
This medallion's rather beautiful. Rather beautiful.
Oh, 1 in the afternoon, yeah, fair enough. So we want Aziri steps and a couple of architect orbs ideally. And maybe an orb of sacrifice for Jewel. Armor scraps. I mean armor infusers wouldn't be the worst either. That would be handy. Cheat communion, yeah, wouldn't hurt. I don't see anything that I could use it on at the moment though, because I just quite simply wouldn't want to sacrifice the life from a defensive point of view. Very much feels like in hardcore it's much more of a pure ward or ES non-CI build support. Much like I haven't been running low life on this setup and it's made a big difference compared to what the shield war was in terms of survivability. You know, you'd need to sacrifice 35% of your life as red life in order to get into low life with communion. Pretty brutal. Oh, what? I swear I got that checkpoint. Did a little bit of POBing last night as well, and it is absolutely disgusting how much of a difference to your max physical hit Cloak of Flame does. So I was comparing the brass dome setup, which results in about a similar amount of armor, maybe a little bit more, about 25%. We will be very soon. Strange, you came at a good moment. I just had a couple of temple crystals left over, so I thought I'd make the most of those, maybe get some crafting currencies. And we'll be making the switch right after this. So we've just got an Aziri run set up here. And then we'll be running it. But yeah, as I was saying, I was comparing the brass dome, which had more armor, the brass dome setup, to the Cloak of Flame, and the max physical hit with the Cloak of Flame was quite literally twice as much as the brass dome setup. Brass dome, I think, came out at about 6k or so physical max hit. The Cloak of Flames was like 11k, so not quite twice, but practically twice as much. It was disgusting. Stop seizing Atomic. This is still Grim Pillars, yeah. We're just using this current setup to quickly finish off this Aziri. Ooh, stunt threshold or reduced movement speed penalty? That's an interesting one. What are you guys' thoughts? What's better? Stun threshold would arguably be better for hardcore. Although, how much am I realistically going to be getting stunned? I think the movement penalty may be better quality of life. It is a low 6% roll. Oh, do you re-enter it, do you? Serious? Oh my god. Thank you. If this is a thing... How is this a thing? What the fuck? Wow, okay. Holy shit, thank you guys. That's kind of cracked. That's a better roll, 8%. What can these roll to? Hold on, let me check. The other one. Up to 10%. What else can I get? Recoup isn't the worst thing in the world for armor stacking red life. We've already got the cast speed. I don't have the 10%, but still. It's locked in, so may as well get something else. Probably the recoup, or yeah, getting a 10% movement speed, I think, is probably the ideal. Yeah, I think 10% is probably the best. Especially considering we're going to a cast on elemental ailment setup next, so it is very much applicable. For the totems, it probably doesn't mean much, but... It's a 5% roll, isn't it? Yes, this is time consuming, but it's probably the last time we'll be in temple for a while, so bear with me. It'd be nice to get that 10%. I'd probably settle for 9 just to save the time. The stream title right now is feeling a little bit clickbait. It's like, we'll potentially rip today. New build setup. People log into the stream and they just see me clicking on this device back and forth 100 times. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Perfect. 10% reduced movement speed per while moving. Awesome. Streamer stalling is, oh shit, I'm turning into a actual proper streamer. God damn. Yeah, exactly. Hardcore's a bit of a different beast, isn't it? That steel first quarters wasn't level 3, was it? No. Oh, bloody hell. I do have the checkpoints at least. Oops, wrong checkpoint. This one.
Once again.
Yeah, I was trying to get Varanas the other day, Atomic. I've done probably... Yeah, probably about 7 or 8 medveds worth as well. And I don't have Varanas yet either.
Your death shall be long and slow.
This is the one. I know it.
I don't need it going forward for the next build, but it would have been handy on this Grim Pillars setup.
This is it. Her chambers. I will hold back her legions. Whatever it takes, do not let her leave.
Come now.
Boom. Wah wah.
At
I
last.
forgot to cover it up this
Feel
time.
my soul.
You guys gotta... You gotta peek.
Succumb to me. I am forever. don't understand our
There is a very interesting thing about Rakiatas and cast on elemental ailments, which I'll explain a little bit later.
eternal. What safety is mine?
Kill her quickly.
So, fun fact, the energy gain calculations for cast on elemental ailment are done pre-mitigation. So, putting in Rakiatas into your energy generator, whatever ability you're using, whether it's Spark, Frostbolt, or whatever, does not actually benefit the energy gain for cast on elemental ailment. Fun fact. So it's more value typically putting it into your Comet or whatever you're using in the actual trigger. So what do we want here? We want a series steps for Mr. Herminator. I would like 1 or 2 Architect Orbs. An Orb of Sacrifice for Jules would be nice. And Armor Infusers are always welcome. Fingers crossed. Well, that's a rip. Cultivate. Oh, that's a horrible drops.
A gift from fate.
Is that quiver worth anything to anyone in hardcore? Is it worth picking up for someone? Alright, new build setup time. Does someone need this quiver? Is this quiver good for anyone? Someone want this? Giving away free? Potatoes a no. Yeah, I seem to get a whole heap of these quite often.
How can I help? What do you think? I'll take it.
Actually, what? No. No.
Good fortune.
Okay, so. May as well use this. That's out, that's out. Crossbomb will leave in. We're probably going to lose the Hellhound, because we're going to need Bringer of Flame for the Ignite. So I'll remove all of these. Trying to be organized here. Rakiatas I'm not going to use straight away because there's a very realistic potential that once I get this set up, I just rip and die in the very first map. So we'll do some test runs before we slap in the Rakiatas. All of these other items, I did decide that I'm going to stick with the Cloak of Flame and the Gorgirdle. For those that have just joined, I did mention it a moment ago, I did a little bit of POBing, and the physical damage max hit is just so much higher using this combination than anything else. That is probably the strongest combo in hardcore, at least with the accessibility to gear that we do have. Everything else will stick in. There's a very real chance I'll craft up the other focus. Not very real chance, it's almost 100% sure that I'll craft up the other focus for more runic ward as well. But that is our starting point. We're going to be putting in that and that. So this focus is definitely going to get crafted up. I've got a couple of jewels which I had stashed away, which I've crafted up as well, that we got to choose from. So we're going to have a lot of jewel sockets. I did get another 3-socket Cloak of Flame with a little bit more fire res. So that's another thing to be mindful of. I've got access to 4 more fire res there. One very quick question. Random one. Does anyone know offhand, with reduced ignite duration, how does that scaling work? Does 100% reduce it completely to 0, or is 100% reduced as in it's halved? So does 100% reduce ignite duration bring it from 4 down to 2, half, or does it bring it down the full way to 0? Because you know how there's those different kind of scaling factors on some of these terminologies. Halved. Okay. That's what I would have suspected. Do you know, Cypher, do you know that for a fact, or is that just a strong suspicion? Hey, what's up, Prony? You just joined us. We're about to YOLO it and set up the new build. How's it going, by the way? How's your run been doing? Well, I guess we can very quickly test it. Where do I have an ability? Oh god, where did I just dump all that stuff? We'll throw in our entangle and we'll go quickly test it out. I've got grinning immolation on. We'll go into Act 1. Why hypothesis? I very strongly suspect that it looks like it's halving it already. Oh, 3. Actually, no, that could be 3 second. God, it's a bit hard to tell, isn't it? I know one thing I can do to make it a little bit more obvious. Oh god, do I have a spirit ability somewhere? There's a spirit support, isn't there, for Ignite as well? Less. Okay, that's a different scalar, isn't it? So I'd imagine this wording, less, is exactly as it says. 50... Oh no, shit. At 100% with no map or any of the final duration becomes exactly 0 when the ignite fails to apply. Okay, so you can get it to 0 with that. Okay. Interesting. Hold on. I thought that support would help us, but this ignite cool-headed is something, is a different wording. Where's other sources of reduced ignite? Reduced ignite duration on you. That's magnitude, that's something else. Magnitude. Magnitude. Is there anywhere else that you can get that roll? I'd like to get it. Or is it just on chests? It's just on chests, isn't it? Yeah. Reduced duration of ailments. Yeah, good call. Yeah, duration of ailments. Reduce ignite duration on you. That's the one, wasn't it? Oh god, way too far away from that to test it though. And it also kind of answers my question of there's probably, because I would probably want some sort of ignite immunity, and I noticed that this roll is already on the cloak. And I was like, maybe I don't need to do anything on the passive tree for it. I may just use Commiserate. Commiserate combined with this, I think would be... we'll have to play it by ear. But I'll probably need to keep an eye on the self-damage from Grinning Immolation and how big of an impact that has. Buff expiry faster. It's worded a few ways, yeah. Anyway, we'll get rid of that and that for now. So, I want a baseline. We'll leave the plus 22 because that's been masterworked. I'll replace this with something temporary in the socket just so I know what resistances as a baseline that I'm playing with. What's a rune that I've got a lot of? Yeah, this will do. I'll never use this in anything else. So it's cold resistances. But as I talked about yesterday, I do have the option of fluxing this and just turning this into a pure cold res. So I can get a whole chunk of cold res there, but that will then drop the lightning and fire a little bit. We do have a bit of a buffer on the fire, so that doesn't matter. But it will kind of balance things out. Chaos is sorted with the boots and the rings, so that's great. I did get some cultivation orbs. Is there any snake pits that maybe are worth corrupting that aren't too expensive? Yeah, I will, Atomic. Yeah. I'll set everything up first, and then I'll exactly, depending on where I land on the passive tree and things like that, there may be something exactly as you said. There's also the Commiserate support gem, which is very good on the cast on elemental ailments, which actually pulls the ignite off of you to increase the magnitude of the ignites you're applying onto monsters, which is a very good support gem for cast on elemental ailments. So that maybe will manage it by itself, but I'll have to see. I don't suppose anyone's got snake pits non-corrupted lying around that they want to sell me for cheaper than 3 divs. Any that you can spare, Scythe. I can give you Chaos Orbs or Greater Exalts, Greater Chaos Orbs for them. Don't really have much Abyss currency left. I've got some Abyss stuff. I do need to hold on to the Jawbone and the Echo for the Wand potential craft. I do need another Rib as well for the potential Focus craft. Cool. I'll grab the Ether Chaos. Don't run away. Cheers, mate. It's a bit of a low roll. That will throw one. Oh, another low roll. God, throwing divines at this anyway. That's good enough. Not fantastic, not horrible. Life region. What are the options? What are the Vow cultivations on? I do know there's 1 or 2 good cultivations on the Snake Pit. I've got 2 orbs, so we may as well use them. Where do I have it? Here we go. Chance for spells to fire 2 additional projectiles. That's good for Frostbolt. Mana cost efficiency would be good. Would be very good, actually. Meta skills gain energy. Holy shit, there's pretty good, damn good cultivations for this thing. Projectile speed. The only scary thing is that the ranges there also go from negative to, but holy shit. Projectile speed, energy gain, mana efficiency, and 2 projectiles. All 4 of those are good for Frostbolts. I dare say we are going to use both of these cultivations on rings, and what we're going to want to try and avoid is, well, rather than saying what to avoid, we'd want to hit one of these 3. Cannot chain, we don't care about, and we're not using in the right slot. So if we can pull off one of these 3 and hit a positive roll on one of these 4, I do like those chances. What's that? Probably about including the roll ranges, maybe a 1 in 4 chance of getting a positive result. A very good one of these as well on potentially like the spell damage getting pulled off isn't the worst thing in the world. The cast speed would be a shame. Can I see your passive for like 5 seconds? Yep. Although this is going to change, mate. This is going to change quite dramatically. The end result will probably, what I'm leaning towards is something like this. This is probably what we're going to go for in the new setup. Yeah, it's not bad. Straight into it. 1, 2, 3 points for what? 45%? I'll have, like I said, we'll play it by ear, but that's actually, yeah, that's a good call out. That's a very accessible. Yeah, Balok, we are going full YOLO mode, and we are going to try and have an Infernalist Pyro Pact self-damaging infinite mana cast on elemental ailment setup on hardcore. My prediction is we rip today. If we don't rip today, I will be very surprised. No cast on block. The Slavin's gone. Hey Blaze, how you feeling today, mate? Hope you had a relaxing day. We are about to YOLO send it on and cast on ailment comet build in hardcore. I think I will be joining you on the beach very soon, Blaze. Hey Gaithif, thank you very much for the prime, mate. Much appreciated. Where else did I think I had a couple of snake pits left over. Are any of these? No enchant, but maybe worth one of the cultivations as well. Blaze, you know what that is? Firstly, massive respect for bouncing back that quickly. And secondly, it's probably more so, I would say, a true reflection of the fact that you are a true hardcore player. Because I think only a true hardcore player can just take that mentality. It's just like, you know what? It's part of the scene and we go again. Mate, a big part of this build pivot, the main thing is definitely just I want to do something new and a little bit crazy. But then when you ripped it as well yesterday, it was like, you know what, we're just sending it. Solidarity, exactly. Solidarity. It's like, we'll join Blaze on the beach. We'll just full send this and see what we can do. Look, I'm going to have another cheeky attempt at it. What else am I going to potentially use? I kind of do need the divs in case I need to re-roll some things. Do I need cultivation orbs for anything else? Neither of these are cultivated items, are they? Cloak. No. Gorgirdle. No. Alright, we'll just use these. Both corrupted, yeah. Okay, so we want to remove one of the, like I said, recap for anyone that's just joined. We want to ideally remove one of these three. So what's that? Almost a 50% chance. And then any of these four are all good, but we want obviously a positive roll, so not the negative. So that's probably another 50-50. So what's that? Probably about a 1 in 4 on 2 rolls, so hopefully a 50% chance we've hit one of these. Reduced mana cost efficiency, that's a brick. We don't want reduced. Is this a win, boys? We rolled off the cast speed. That's a bit of a bummer. We don't need the infusions. Projectile speed, high roll, though. Oh. Damn, man. If only that elemental infusions wasn't there and we still kept the cast speed. That would have been giga. We still got the cannot pierce and the fork. Ooh. That's a maybe. This is pretty much a brick. We don't want our shit costing more. We'll hold on to this. That's a maybe. Have you... Yeah, I've never played Twisters before. Obviously, we know it's a strong build. Should be fun. Yo, cheers, Atomic. Thank you very much for the bits. I have no idea how the bits work, but I assume that's something good. So thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. One of these days, I'll slowly learn all of this Twitch stuff. All right, so this is a maybe. We've got our baseline. We'll first do the passive tree. So we'll remove the current jewels just to make sure we don't have any of those interfering either. We've got a bunch of other jewels in my stash that we may play around with. The Heart of the Well will probably be 100% used. So, 07 Grim Pillars, you've served us well, but it's time to go. That will probably stay, that will probably stay. This is all going. We're gutting it, no turning back now. It's gone. It was fun. Did a lot better than we expected. But now it's time for something a lot more risky. And hopefully fun. We'll probably keep the all res there as well. That's just a good notable in general. Elemental damage and the cast speed travel. This will go for now. And we'll start off with some intelligence. We'll need... Correct me if I'm wrong, it's 147 intelligence for the max level 20 caster abilities off memory. Join this up. So now we can remove all of this. 157, thank you for the correction. I knew it was something 7. We'll take obviously the dual socket. So that's cleaned everything up. And we're sitting on 95. Rather than re-speccing the nodes here, we'll start taking the intelligence this way. $115. $145. I think there's a 10 over here down here, isn't there? And what's over here? Dex and int as well. Shit, I've probably gone over. No, still pretty good. Although we may still pick this up, so I'll just leave that as it is for now. So here we've got our skeleton, and we've still got... What's this? Is this the Atlas? Hold on, I'll quickly get rid of this so... doesn't clutter things. We don't want those last 3. 26 points remaining. We want the cold skills. We want freeze build up. We want these crit nodes. We want this meta energy gain for our cast on elemental ailment. We may get stuff here. We may get this, but we'll hold off for now. We've got the crit here. We got the stuff here. We got the high value armor applies to Ellie here and here. We got the high value armor nodes in there. We don't have brass dome, so we're taking blade catcher for the defenses against crit hits, which is very nice for hardcore. Reduce like big spikes in damage. And the travel nodes to get to this are actually kind of nice. You know, some armor and what is effectively a whole bunch of life. What's that? About 40, 80, almost 100 life in travel nodes. So, doesn't hurt. Yo, Cal, what's up, buddy? You just joined us for the transition. So, our resistances. We do have access to all res here. And we do have access to effectively some resistance nodes here as well. 5, 5, 5. And +3. Yeah, similar cow to this. Got kind of bored of the Grim Pillars. Kind of proved the point with it. And now we're just sending it. Okay, so we got our baseline. I'll probably get these crit nodes. They're high value. And these ones. That leaves 8 points. We got 8 points to play with. And a whole bunch of dual sockets as well. Got this crit cluster here, which may be a potential. We'll leave these 8 points as a flex at the moment. We do also have the freeze build-up nodes here, which may be tempting. Like I said, I've actually got a heroic actually, that first thing we're going to have a very quick look at is to see whether this has any positive effects on some of these nodes here. No, no. Like getting an armor on this would be nice, like cold damage, and into a high armor roll. Didn't one of you guys say that you can actually divine these heroic tragedies and it changes the seed? Is that correct? Lightning damage. Elemental damage? Yep, cool. Okay, so that's an option as well. If we want to YOLO it. Fire damage. Spell damage. Geez, these elemental, like this would actually be really nice. Energy gain into a 40% LE damage node. Max lightning res and reduce ignite duration. We were talking about the ignites a moment ago. That's kind of nice. But I think armor would still... I think the main thing we ultimately would be looking for is armor. Where else can this go? I'd only reached that. Oh, we probably wouldn't be changing. We probably wouldn't be wanting to change the crit nodes. There's the crit cluster here as well, which is nice. Armor. Mana regen travel nodes are crap. Getting a good armor roll as well would mean opening up some potentials for anointment as well. Just anoint a 40% roll. Break armor. LE damage. We probably wouldn't want to change that node anyway. Probably wouldn't want to change those nodes. Would it be worth changing the 25 strength? Probably not. We want health. We don't want to change that. Really, the only option is up here, ultimately. This is always the best place for these kind of things. How much dex do I have? Bugger all. So the keystone doesn't give us any value. Like, getting something good on that node, or on that node. Even this node, with the cast speed travel node, travel nodes. This isn't the worst. Although the reduce... This isn't the worst. So this node, this node, this node, that one, these two. May throw one divine on this, see what we get. Although we're running a bit low on divines, but we'll have a go. No love. Oh, why is this? You have to refresh it every time, bugger. Especially considering we're short on cold resistance, so this, like, notable is pretty damn chunky. Ideally, it would be nice to, like, get it on this spot. Because that would be just super clean. And these two nodes are actually quite nice travel nodes. Like, triggered spells, it's nice for the comets that we'll be generating, but ultimately that's 3 travel nodes to get to this. Could probably justify this one, but this one of these two would probably, this one would be the ideal one to get it on. The only question is it really worth it, or do I just settle for regular rare jewels? The only thing is the 40% rolls are very high armor rolls. Like, to compare, you get 30% typically on the rate. It's probably the highest kind of value that you'll see. 25, 30. I think this is like the highest. 30. So the highest you typically see is 30%, and these ones roll up to 40, and you get cold resistance. Yeah, it's annoying with the search, isn't it? Gold Hand. Yeah, from nothing with Conduit is very good as well. Although I very much doubt there's any from nothings. I think there was like 3 or 4 the other day, yeah. Pain Attunement, Eternal Youth, and Ancestral Bond. So you got Pain Attunement, but we can't really place it here anyway because this is a very good node for us. Ancestral Bond hits nothing, or maybe if we put it into here, it would hit maybe 1 or 2. From nothing, Ancestral Bond would probably hit these 2. But then again, you're like sacrificing two jewels and passive points. Like, I don't think it's really worth it. Like, using from nothing and something like this is typically only worth it in a very high cluster area where you're getting 4, 5 plus notables out of it. And the last one was Eternal Youth, which is what this one, I think. You know, that one could maybe, you know, hit that and that, I'm guessing. You know, Eternal Youth might be worth it if we could get 2 good things here, but then are 2 dual sockets worth it for 2 40% armor rolls? Probably not. Some good stuff you can get on duels. The other thing I think I had lying around was the potential to craft up a Time Lost Sapphire. Where did I have it? Yeah, there was these 2 that had potential. This one as well. How big is the small radius? I'd probably need to get a... Oh, that's not too bad. So this is another potential. Craft one of these up. Oh, this one already is good. Crit hit chance, cast speed, and ignite magnitude. All applicable for our build. You know, then you get like this, maybe this. 1, 2. Got 8 points. So that's that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you know. But then that's 2 notables. Like, is that worth it? Probably get much more value out of those points. Nah, we'll leave that for now. That was just a little thing I wanted to explore. So what's next? We need to sort out the resistances. It's looking very, very likely that we're just going to have to flux this into cold and then see where we stand. Because that's a massive cold deficit. Do have fire res on this jewel, so we'll be probably using that. Flammability, magnitude, and armor. Totem doesn't give us anything, but the armor and the flammability magnitude do. So that jewel we'll definitely be using, so we'll start off with that. That's almost certainly a lock. We'll definitely be using the Heart of the Well. That's kind of where we're sitting with the resistances. I think this is the flux. Anyone think counter to that at all? Any counter argument not to flux this to all cold? I think that's the play. We're so imbalanced in cold that I think we're just going to have to do that. It's going to bring our fire and lightning down a bit and bring up the cold, so these will all be kind of a little bit more balanced out. Expedition, chilling flux. Full send. Okay, so now we're a bit more balanced. We got 1, 2, potentially 3, 4 sockets as well. Well, 3, so we will probably do... We may as well craft up the focus, because we actually may inadvertently hit a resistance on the focus as well. So I think that might be a starting point. So we got a whole bunch of dual options here as well. Armor, totem, totem. This will be always a totem dual. Totem, totem, armor. That's also a totem dual. This is a very good dual. So we got a lot of options here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dual sockets we got, so plenty of flexibility there. We may corrupt a bunch of these and hope to hit a resistance as well. So that's also a potential. So I think this is the next play, crafting that up. We may also then craft this if we've got enough mats for it. It's a shame about that intelligence. Is there any way to safely get that intelligence roll off the suffix that anyone can think of? Fracturing the +5, probably the only thing that comes to mind for me. We can pull the prefix off safely into one of the crafting mods. Yeah, otherwise it's just a whittle. You need the suffix chaos with a whittle. I'm pretty sure the +5 is the highest eye level, so the intelligence will 100% be lower than it. The other option is we use this wand, which is, you know, the crit spell damage is not too bad. But this already straight away gives us a spell slinger. I actually wouldn't mind having the dueling wand with the spell slinger. Alright, we'll do this first anyway. I want Runic Ward. Every chance that this might end up being a side grade or even a downgrade DPS wise, but if we can get like a massive chunk of Runic Ward off of this. You know, 180, 2 rune sockets for, what is it, the reinforcement runes quality. Could potentially also do the crafting mod. What are some of the things that we need if we do this? Transcendent. What were the modifiers here? Foci. It'd be really nice to get this as well, although I don't see unless this augment slam is super lucky and hits spell damage. Sorry, spell damage. We're very likely just going to essence the spell damage on. Because that's just too high value, having an essence to give a T1 spell damage. This is definitely going on the suffix, the cast speed and the gain. So, to more succinctly put what I'm thinking, we're going to YOLO slam the augmentation because we just got no option irrespective. You know, this needs to happen. In an absolute miracle scenario, we hit cold damage or spell damage, which is probably very low odds. 8%. And then, like, the combination of the colds. Hold on. What's the augment? Level 70. You know, 4% to hit the spell damage and 4% for the cold. So combined, bit less than 1 in 10 chance we hit one of the damage modifiers. Like, that would be like crazy scenario. Like, in the real perfect world, if that hit cold damage and then we essenced on spell damage, we then put a desecration on, and then we've basically got a guaranteed fracture to lock something. But more realistically, this hits something trash, one of the energy shield or mana. We essence on the spell damage. So we got 2 prefixes, one that we want, one that we don't. And we've just got the one suffix. We want to keep the suffixes clean because we don't want to mess with the +2 to levels. With the 3 modifiers on there, we probably then go for the fracture because why not? We do have a fracturing orb. And then we've got, assuming that this is a trash modifier, we've got spell damage and all +2. The spell damage being a crafted mod isn't the ideal because then it stops us from using this. But, you know, ultimately fracturing that wouldn't be the end of the world as well. We lock spell damage and it becomes a little bit more of a DPS-centric focus. So we got a 66% chance, 2 in 3 chance on the fracturing orb. If we lock the +2, then we've got free reign over the suffixes to do all the alloy crafting. Likewise, if we lock the spell damage, we got free reign. If we lock the trash modifier, we're in a little bit of a pickle. But I think we just send it. Yeah, I do have an Astrids, but this, but the Transcendent takes up one of the crafting modifiers. So the other one is either spell damage, pickle, probably some Aussie slang. Apologies. It means we're in a bit of a tough spot, bit of a pickle. So yeah, the Transcendent Alloy is one of the crafted modifiers. We will be using an Astrids, as you say, Goldhand. And the other crafted modifier will either be the spell damage or the runic ward percentage. Yep, that kind of pickle. Alright, let's go for the Augment Slam. Spell damage or cold damage would be massive. Nah, we knew it was going to be Energy Shield. Alright, so now we're probably going to just use this. That is a T1 spell damage. Yeah, look, let's just send it. 84 out of 89. I'm going to settle for that. I don't have enough divines to sit here perfectly divining things up. The only question now is, do I desecrate the prefix and YOLO attempt to go for cold damage, or take the safer route of just doing a suffix and getting one of the crit or one into the crit modifiers? I dare say the safer play is probably the suffix.
Hail.
How much are ancient ribs? Use the second essence and then fracture. No, there's no point. The whole point of the fracturing is to try and keep it a 2 in 3, because you can't fracture the desecration, and ideally we want to actually fracture the +2 or the spell damage. Like, fracturing the cast speed would not give us anything. Any value. Want to trade collarbone for ancient rib plus 1 to 2 echoes. Yeah, we're pivoting. Can't use the runic ward alloy either, because then we won't be able to use the transcendent alloy, because we will have spell damage and runic ward. And we definitely want the transcendent on here. I know collarbones are a lot more value than... Sorry, Cal. Your and Goldhand's chat messages were all green and it kind of all blended in. No, I lost the Arn Citadel on the Shield Wall guy, unfortunately. Oh, what am I doing? Alright, so we've got this. May as well use the higher value one. I think we will just go for the safer option of the... See, this is an interesting one. Hitting the cold damage would be massive, although it is quite a low chance. Because what's this? 40 roll. And, you know, getting a resistance on the focus wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. And that would actually be relatively high chance. Although if I miss an Exalt Slam, it's going to be pretty brutal. No, I tried Exiled Exchange and I don't know, never really liked it. Don't know why. Just a personal thing. I kind of just always use the in-game price checker. So what's the cold damage chance of getting cold damage? Like 2.5% times 3 times 2. What's that? 2.5, 7.5, 15% chance on a desecrated echo. No, I think we'll go for the suffix because that will still, we can still ultimately choose a resistance and increases the chance of a resistance as well. Nah, we'll just go suffix. And now we pray. That is a handy quality of life, Cal. Okay. If we hit the max energy shield, it's going to be pretty brutal. Because that gives us literally nothing. Spell damage would probably arguably be the best outcome, although +2 levels. Maybe I shouldn't have used the Ancient Rib there, because if it hits the +2 levels, which is still a very good outcome, we're going to target suffix, and it's going to be a 1 in 5 chance that we then remove that desecration in order to place the transcend. No, actually, we actually would just remove the desecration. Shit. Didn't think. Oh, look, fuck it. It is what it is. We're sending it. Fingers crossed. 2 in 3 chance of a positive outcome. Looks good. Actually, That is arguably the best outcome because if we wanted to be greedy here, we could now just chaos spam the spell damage or the cold damage. And that frees up the crafted mod, and then we can do both the runic ward and the transcendent alloy crafts. Do we go greedy? I don't have an abundant, like, is there a world where we get lucky and hit the... Or yeah, I could maybe send this and it pulls off the spell damage and then we pull off the energy shield as well with the next one. But then we're probably doing the desecration for the... Yeah, well, I'll be using the Astrids irrespectively. I do have that ready. Look, we still have options. We could potentially just see what we can get. And if we're not happy with it, maybe I unveil the desecration first and see what we get with that. Because if that ends up being some like Giga T1 crit hit chance, yeah, we can always fix this again. Like the T2 +2 fracture means that we're never going to brick this item because we can always annul wipe it again. Yeah, we may as well look. We'll have a look at this first irrespectively because why not? We'd want crit hit chance. What's the crit hit T1? I think it's like 50%. Super low chance. This is why I'm saying if it does hit this, because there's such a low weighting, 54, even 47 would be passable. If it hits one of these two, it's going to be very tempting to hold on to it. Well, it can only hit one of these two because of the Ancient. Cast speed we don't want because we want to use the Transcendent, so it's really just this. Crit damage bonus is kind of a low roll. I don't know if this is worth it. We want the crit hit chance. I'm still tempted to do that, Atomic. Look, kind of going by what Atomic's saying, and in general, if I was on softcore and had access to the currency, I would be annulling this immediately. Because freeing up that crafted modifier just means we can both get both Transcendent and the Runic Ward increase. And then we would chaos spam the spell damage on, so it's not a crafted modifier. Well, the spell damage or the cold damage would both be good outcomes. Well, I'm gonna ID this. Anyway, it's just sitting there. Okay, well that missed. I think we're just gonna annul. You know what? We're annulling. We're gonna go the greedy option. Fuck it. So I will settle for cold or spell damage over... Considering how few Chaos Orbs I have, I may just settle for T3 even. What's the chance of hitting one of these? About, what's that? About 2% to hit a spell damage above 55 plus cold. Probably be similar. About 2. So about 4%. 1 in 25-ish. We got 50. Mathematically, we should hit one of them. Hitting crit hit chance T1 would be not too bad either. T3 cold. Do we settle? Or do we greed? What are your thoughts? Settle or greed? Greed, of course. We got 2 to 3 greed. Atomic's pretty much got greed, greed, greed. You got lots, you got lots. All right, greed. Look, actually, I'm going to use these graders because I'm not going to use the graders on anything else. So we got 14 chances for increase our chances. That's T1. I'm not using ES Atomic, that's why. Like, the ES is, like, nothing for us, but we hit the T1. Thank you for the little push, ladies and gents. Alright, that's awesome. Obviously, spell damage would have been a lot nicer, but probably about 85% of our damage is going to be cold. We're using Frostbolt, we're going to use Comets, so the only other sources of non-cold damage are going to be gains, which are going to be minimal. So the cold damage is massive. So now, what makes this really easy is we have the suffixes completely open. So we just slam a suffix, pull it off to get the runic ward, slam a suffix, pull it off to use the transcendent, and then the rest is RNG, except for a desecration. So we need 2 ritual omens. Does anyone have the ritual omens for the essences? I think it's like dextral something.
What's new?
Has anyone got 2 of these? Look, the extra proj is nice for the Frostbolt, but the bulk of our damage is going to be from the Comets. So I would prefer a crit roll, ideally, on the suffix, or a resistance to help us solve the resistances. The guy that I traded with before said he's quite loaded. Oh, geez, what a legend. We'll give him this in exchange. Actually, for the omens, it's probably, this is overkill. What can I give him for the omens? What do you guys reckon? I'll give him a couple of these. Yeah, I was about to say they're pretty common for anyone that does ritual a lot. Alright, we're going to have the crafted modifiers sorted out at least. So now what we do, well, firstly, before I forget, we're definitely going to do this. Because energy shield gives us absolutely nothing. We're going to do this. We need the Astrids. Nah. Quality before or after doesn't matter for the rune forging. It's a fixed swap. The only scenario that I'm aware of where the runic ward value isn't a fixed calculation, percentage-based calculation, is for the brass dome, because the brass dome rune forging doesn't actually convert the armor into runic ward. It just strips it completely, and the runic ward flat value actually becomes an implicit on the item, which is really cool because you can then actually use an omen of the blessed or just divines in general, and you can actually roll the brass dome runic value as high as you can get it, as high as you're willing to get it anyway. So we needed the Transcendent, and we needed, I believe it's this one, isn't it? Where was it? This one. And we need Ritual. Oh god, does anyone have a Dextral Exaltation? I need one more. Anyone have one of these lying around? They're super common. Anyone that does ritual probably have a heap. Should have asked that guy rather than bothering him again. Forgot about that.
Yes?
The other thing I'm going to quickly check. Legend Herm, thank you. Should I come to your hideout or you to mine? No problem. Anyway, we can do this. We'll go suffix. So, suffix is a lot, so... Oh, Cypher's jumping in there as well. My hideout's probably timed out. Hold on, loading back in. Be sitting in the hideout, it probably timed out. Oh, geez. Thank you. I'll grab Herms as well, because I'm a greedy little grub. We'll probably need some for the wand anyway. Thank you, thank you. Alright, so what we're doing is we're going to slam on a trash suffix so that we can then pull it off. Suffix, exalted orb. There. Now we go suffix. And since the transcendent is a suffix, we're going to do that second. We're first going to pull the runic ward up because it's a prefix. And now we're going to put on another trash suffix. And now we're going to pull that off for the transcendent. And we've got our focus base. Not bad. And we've still got our desecration that we can do. And then the last modifier is just going to be a YOLO. Hey, a numbling. So this goes back to the question, do I go greedy and attempt to get the spell damage for the last prefix of the desecration? Or do I go for the suffix and lock in either a resistance or a crit roll? It's 2. So you can see here, this is all one crafted modifier. The Transcendent Alloy is very OP. Crit is nice, but the chance of hitting it is super low. Like, ridiculously low. Like, what is the... If we do get another Ancient Rib, it's 40. 2.5. It's about a 15% chance. 2.5 times 3 times 2. 7.5, 15. It's about a 15% chance to hit the crit. But the flip side of that is that it would almost guarantee that we'll get a resistance, which we actually do need resistances. So we could lock in a lightning, cold, or fire resistance, and that would actually help a lot as well. Whereas, you know, arguably, probably the resistance is more important, although the resistance is a pretty high chance of just slamming. But if we miss that slam, it would hurt. Yeah, any resistance roll is fine, because exactly, we can just flux it to whatever we need. The alternative is, if we do go for the spell damage, that is also super low odds. Like 40, like we're talking 3 times 3 times 2. 1 in 5, roughly. About a 20% chance to hit the spell damage. Crit isn't needed, but it's just super high value. Like, this is a very, very high roll for crit. But like I said, you know, we're actually really struggling on resistances. So just guaranteeing a resistance actually may be the play. Like, we're 35 short here, 14 short here. Like, we got a couple of sockets, but if we can actually use those sockets for something else... We can't use these two sockets for resistances because we're going to put in the... these to increase the runic ward even further. We can already put one of them in. Yo, Scythe! The only thing is, if I miss the prefix spell damage, there's literally nothing else to choose from. Whereas if I miss the crit hit chance on the suffix, I can at least lock in a prefix. I mean, lock in a resistance. I think I may just go for the guaranteed resistance. Like, I could just try and slam a resistance. It's, what, 13.5. There's a 40% chance just by doing an Exalt Slam on the suffix, we hit one of the resistances. It's a very high chance, but if we miss it, it's gonna hurt a lot. Like, there's nothing we're going to be able to do about it. Yeah, we're kind of throwing away the prefix. But, you know, that's kind of... was the initial plan, ultimately. It's only... literally only spell damage on the prefix. But then that goes back to your argument that if we're talking pure mathematical odds, if we're going to slam anything, there's much higher odds that we... There's probably about a 50% chance, including the crit rolls, to get something good on the suffix. The only problem is if we miss it, it's a super wasted chance at something valuable. While missing the spell damage on the prefix, yeah, it's going to be a DPS hit, but we can kind of live without it. The thing I'm very mindful of is probably not even the crit, to be honest, on the suffix at this point. But looking at this, we're very heavily short on the resistances. So locking in a resistance, especially if we hit like a T1 resistance, that's like 40 res. We can quite literally just solve one of our resistances straight up. Lightning, probably. We can pretty much solve our lightning resistance just with the focus right now. We could then maybe get like a 1 or 2 dual corruptions maybe to... Yeah, exactly. 5 mods is still a very, very good item. Well, yeah, you can get the suffixes back, but this is where THC is a challenge. Getting the purple ritual omens to clear up the suffixes is probably very hard to find people with them. Yeah. Like, I don't imagine people are going to have those dextral bloody omens, whatever, dextral annulments just lying around. Yeah, crafting sesh. That's crazy. The prefix is no more yapping. Well, I need one more rib. Who was it that had the rib? Oh god, my chat's lost. The Cypher's got the annulment. I need one more rib. Irrespective of a prefix or suffix, I first need to find this rib anyway.
Can I help?
Yeah, no thanks. We still have these two as well if we want to do the wand, which I think we may just send on the wand as well. How would we do this wand? Pull off the prefix into the transcendent. Slam a trash prefix, pull it off for the celestial, and then slam and pray, and just accept it as is. Cheap craft, but would get... Actually, I don't have the Astrids anymore. I'd need to get another Astrids. The problem is if you do Celestial first, then you've got no guaranteed way without a fracture to do the Transcendent. Whereas if you do the Transcendent first, you still then got the prefixes free to do the Celestial second. But I don't have an Astrids anyway, I just realized. Does no one have... an ancient rib? How much were they on the exchange? Yeah, not that much. Not paying 16 div for an ancient rib. Ah, good point, Scythe. Yeah, because then you risk the trash prefix slam, rolling mana, and blocking the celestial. Very good point. But like I said, we don't have the Astrids irrespectively, so it's really a bit of a non-issue at the moment. Where was it? Is there a way of just budget crafting this and just using the Is there a world in which I just go fuck it and just use the Transcendent alloy by itself and just YOLO the prefixes? I always have this one as a backup as well. And what else do I have? Got this as well. That's +4. could just desecrate the cast speed as well. True. Cast speed's quite common on mods, I believe, isn't it? It's like pretty high weighting from what I recall. Yeah. What's that? Almost 8. 3 attempts per desecration. 24 times 2 a reroll. Yeah, it's about a 1 in 5 chance of hitting the... it's about a 50% chance of hitting the cast speed. God, that intelligence is annoying me there. But I think we're just gonna... Just don't have enough currency to do anything about it, really. Anyone with an ancient rib? Maybe I need to do this again to bait people in. What else do I need? Oh, Arbiter's Ignition, that's nice. There was someone earlier that had an ancient rib, but I've lost the chat history. Sinestral. Oh, this is... Holy! Pokemon Manager's been farming. Numbling with the Raven touched flex.
Have an order?
First feather. Nice. Do I just use a normal rib? Is there a world in which I just use a normal rib? Probably not. I'd want to guarantee at least a decent level of resistance roll. Especially considering I don't have any omens left. Like, the 40 minimum cuts out all of this shit. Yeah, I've got a jawbone and collarbone as well.
Have an order?
Look, we're getting desperate. Do I just get this one for 16 divs? I don't want to sit here waiting for 2 hours on stream. Fuck it.
All right, your order is registered.
I'm broke now. I'm a brokey. We're broke. Now, before I do this, let's quickly revisit what can we do with this? Hey, good luck, Strange. Good luck, good luck. Yeah, exactly, Numbing. That was my... Almighty. Yeah, and look, I know exactly what I'd do if I had an abundance of resources. The only issue is we've pretty much sunk everything into this focus, which I don't regret because we got a very good focus and exactly what I wanted. I don't have any Astrids left. I don't have any divs left. I don't have any fractures. All I have is the Transcendent Alloy and Celestial Alloy. So all I'm thinking is getting one of the Ritual Omens and potentially probably just using either the I probably like the argument of using the Transcendent because desecrating the cast speed is a very high chance. And what the good thing the Transcendent does, who was it that mentioned it? I want to give the proper shout out. Which one of you was it that mentioned the Transcendent? The great thing about, the great thing about the alloy, Celestial Alloy, is it blocks any mana rolls happening for the last 2 prefix slams. And yes, Dueling Wand is far and beyond the best wand you can get, which is why I really like this base. It's a Dueling Wand and it's got the +5 cold. Does anyone have a Fracturing Orb they could lend me and I will eventually pay you back? Or I'll give you like 2 or 3 perfect exalts for it. How much are perfect exalts worth with respect to a Fracturing Orb on THC? Does anyone know? I'd assume I'd probably have enough perfect exalts to make a... Have you got a couple, Cypher? Do you need some perfect exalts? I can give you some perfect exalts for it. Like 2 or 3. I need, I think, 2 for myself. 2 fracture for 2. Yeah, well, let's go with that. Actually, hold on. I need 1 perfect exalt for the focus, and then I will need... Yeah, that should be fine. If I need one of those perfect exalts back, I know who to hit up. But let's go for it, Scythe. Sorry, Cypher. I need to get into the habit of going Scythe and Cypher. Why do you guys have to have such similar names? Legend. Thank you. Oh, Cypher, sorry. While you're not in a map, do you have any sinestral crystallizations? Just one. We're about to do the wand craft, and we're pretty close to finishing the focus as well. Legend, Cypher. Do you need anything else that I can give you? I'll give him a couple of greater exalts. A few Val. I gave all of my Val orbs to Blaze. I've only got 12 left, and I'm going to need them for my jewels. Actually, I could probably spare... Oh, how many jewels do I have in here? Let me check. What's that? 5? Nah, sorry, I've got exactly 13 jewels and 13 Val orbs. No infusers either, unfortunately. I've got Arcanist, but I doubt you need that. I've got Ancient infusers. I've got Orb of Sacrifice for weapons. Orb of Sacrifice for Amulet, Ring, Belt. I've got some Crystallized Corruptions. And I need this, so I'm not trading that one either. I need that. Just let me know once I farm up some more Val Orbs, I'll send them your way, mate. Okay, so what I'm thinking here is I remove the gain extra as lightning and replace it with the Celestial Alloy. So we're going to have the Celestial Alloy +5 and the unfortunate intelligence on there. Then we'll put a desecration on the suffix. And we'll YOLO the fracture. Because why not? If it hits the intelligence, it's going to be super unfortunate. But if it hits either of the other two, hitting the Celestial really doesn't do anything for us. Ultimately, we want it on the +5, which would then allow us in the future to come back and remove the intelligence. Really, we just want to hit the +5. If we hit the intelligence, it's going to suck, but we can't do anything about the intelligence anyway, so we're not really risking anything per se, ultimately. Nah, Balok. And honestly, people have helped me enough that I don't want to be like... it's reaching the point now in terms of what I have left that I'd be begging people, and I don't like that. It's not going to feel good. Look, we're just going to roll with this. Prefix, we're going to do the Celestial. Just making sure. Prefix. That's a prefix. There. Then we're going to go suffix on the desecration. We do have the one ancient left. And then we're going to slam the fracturing orb, and I have no idea what happened. Oh shit, boys. We hit the plus levels both times. GG's. Always Gamba. The amazing thing about both of these fractures is that we can ultimately, if the build survives today, which let's face it, we've gone to all of this effort to craft these two, And the reality is we may lose them in the first 1 or 2 maps that we actually play the build. So we've got to all this effort and we may just lose it. But if there is a world in which we survive, then the beautiful thing about these fractures is that we can ultimately always recraft these weapons, because both of these as bases are just as good as it gets. So we always have the flexibility to revisit these in the future. But hot damn, the contrast to our luck last night compared to what's just happened today is crazy. And we can perfect Exalt Slam. And this, like, who was it that called out the Celestial Alloy blocking the mana rolls earlier? Who was it? I want to give kudos to you. Whoever it was, yeah. Scythe, if it was you, legend. Because the great thing about this as well is when we do the perfect Exalt Slam for the prefixes, we're pretty much guaranteed damage modifiers. We can't roll the mana anymore because this actually blocks the mana roll. So that's what makes this crafted modifier so strong. I think we'll do the Exalt Slam first, and then we'll leave the Desecration for last. We want the Ritual Omen as well. Actually, we do... Okay. Little asterisks. There is shit modifiers that we can get on the prefix. Lightning damage. Physical damage. Fire damage. Chaos damage. There's a few. Oh, no, fuck. We've got plus cold level spells. Thank you, Balak. Jeez, I'm having, like, these brain fart moments today. No, yeah, so the prefixes are guaranteed to be good prefixes. Yeah, exactly, which is why the plus cold level spells compared to all levels is so powerful as well when you're crafting wands. Yeah, because it locks in the specific damage type to match the level of spells. All right, so let's slam this. 2, it's only prefixes open, isn't it? Not the highest tiers, but cold and cold. We'll take that. We'll definitely take that. Probably one of the better outcomes. Obviously, higher tiers would have been nice, but that's very, very good. All right, we're going to visit the Well of Souls in a moment. What are we going to decide on here? I'm very much leaning towards just guaranteeing a resistance. Like, honestly, now that we have this as well, we're going to have so much damage. Well, we're not going to have so much damage. More damage is always good, but I think we need a guarantee that we solve the resistances. I have a feeling if I don't lock a resistance on this last suffix, as high as of a chance it is just to YOLO slam it, I prefer to guarantee it because this is a little bit rough. And we'll probably try and get a higher enough tier just to solve our lightning. And then I just have to worry about fire and cold. Yeah, look, I'm just going to guarantee the resistance. We've already got cast speed on the focus, but yeah, cast speed on the wand would be my ideal option because I don't have a lot of cast speed on the passive tree. But hitting crit hit chance would be good as well. But cast speed probably ideally. especially in hardcore where the cast speed would just give a lot of quality of life and mobility. But anyway, we'll go the suffix for the focus. There, it's done. We can't change our minds now. And let's go to the Well of Souls. What do we do first? Wand or focus? Firstly, lurking creature, please give us some luck. We pay our respects. We'll do a little dance for you. Wand or focus? Wand? Any other votes? Balok wants wand. Wand. Alright, wand wins. So, we'll pull this up quickly again. We'll have a very quick look at what the roll ranges. There's a bit of a tongue twister for you. Where are you? One-handed weapons, wands. So, cast speed would probably be my number one pick. We have locked in a minimum of 40. Which means we can get as low as 20. Probably wouldn't settle for that. Ideally, probably want 29 plus for the cast speed. Obviously, on the second reveal, if it comes to it, we're not going to be picky. Alternatives are very low chance, but there is the crit hit chance, which is actually a astronomically high. If we get 60 plus crit hit chance, or probably even 54, if we get either of these two, we'll probably take it. Not probably, we would, unless the alternative is a T1 cast speed. The crit damage bonus, as much as we're in an Infernalist and we've got Grinning Immolation, this is not a very high roll. So probably the ideal outcomes are either crit hit chance or cast speed. Is there any other desecrated modifiers which are any good? Break armor, no. Cast speed while on full mana doesn't work with Pyro Pact. Definitely don't. No, none of the desecrated modifiers are good for us. So it's crit hit chance or cast speed. 30 plus on the cast speed ideally, or actually minimum of 47. Yeah, crit hit chance or cast speed. Hey, Grat Strange. Grats on the kill. It's a nice milestone, mate. Alright, here we go. Well, there's an easy option. That's a reroll. Oh, fingers crossed. Cast speed for every non-instant. Didn't see that as it's probably going to be the crit damage modifier, but I still want to check what the roll range is on this. 3 to 5. Ugh, that's yuck. It's probably going to be this. Like, how much cast speed am I going to get out of this? 10% with the dueling wand? I'm only ever going to be using Frostbolt and probably Frost Darts within the Spell Slinger. So I'm only ever get 10% cast speed out of this, so it's definitely the crit damage bonus. If we survive long enough, we can obviously just Omen of Light this and change it, but I think we're going to settle for that. At least it's a damage modifier. Look, if it re-rolled and it was the same options as in the first window, that would have been very unfortunate. Look, I'm very happy with that ultimately. And like we talked about, if we survive long enough, having that fracture means we can basically completely remake this from the ground up again later. So now the focus. We ultimately just want a resistance. If we happen to get the crit hit chance, we're probably not going to pass that up considering how rare it is, but we do need to solve our resistances probably as a number equal priority. What is the crit hit chance roll ranges? So pretty much with the Ancient Rib, it's guaranteed to... So if we see crit hit chance, we're taking it. Otherwise, we want a resistance and ideally T3 and above so we can solve our lightning. So we either need 31 or more resistance of any element because we can use a flux, or the crit hit chance. I'm not going to take damage bonus over resistance. So number one would be crit hit chance. Second would be resistance. Third option, if it comes to it, which I doubt, would be the crit damage bonus. All right, fingers crossed. Oh, it's a reroll, isn't it? We've got to be greedy, don't we? We're not going to settle for T4 resistance. Tell me if it's good. Tell me if I should be happy. I'm covering it. 3, 2, 1. Am I going to regret this? Is it a W or an F? I just saw the first line. I just saw the first line. Oh, that's T1, isn't it? Is that T1? T2, top roll though. Sheesh. That's still, like, what's the odds of that? 15% with the double roll and the 3 options per roll. Still. Wow, okay, well that's made up for the luck on that. Shit. We take those indeed. We're probably going to need to get lucky and get some resistance corruptions on our jewels now, but hey, I'm not going to complain. So we've got a final prefix slam on this as well. This is pretty much just a bonus. If we miraculously get the spell damage on this last prefix, it's massive. There is no other options here that are good for us. The second best would probably be mana, because that ultimately leads to more Infernal Flame for the Pyropact and taking less self-damage. We want to really avoid the percentage energy shield, because that gives us nothing. The flat energy shield, at least, is some damage mitigation. But we're going to be taking self-damage so often from the Pyropact that the energy shield's always going to be 0. So ultimately, either spell damage is the miracle roll, mana is the next best. 3. Just confirming, just the prefix. 3, 2, 1. W or F. Did we win? F. There's a very high chance that it's going to be an F. Mana. Well, we got the... At least we avoided the S. I'm much happier with the mana than the ES. ES would have been absolutely useless. This will actually reduce our self-damage ultimately. Okay, so we're done pretty much crafting in terms of those items. So we can now put in one of these for the Astrids. 361 Runic Ward. Is this worth a Divine Slam? Top roll, crit hit chance, top roll, cast speed, bottom roll, gain, mid roll. Nah, probably not. I've only got the one Divine left anyway. So now we got 600 and 52 ward and 2.3k life. So all up sitting at close to 3k HP equivalent. Yeah, it could go for the +1 suffix, but the thing is, the thing I don't like about that option is we lose some runic ward, which is defenses, which we want. The other thing is, once you put in that +1 suffix, it's locked. You can't get rid of it. I do have a Cyril's. Got 2 of them. Yeah, good argument. It's not a lot of ward. The only thing is, what happens if we miss? Not the end of the world, really, is it? Yeah, interesting option. How much ward was this before the 20% got? It's about 40, I think, runic ward. If we really struggle with the resistances, we may not even, it may be a case of having no other option but to do that. So it's good to have that in the back pocket. I'm not going to do it right now. We'll see how we go with everything else. Ultimately, we've got 1, 2, 3, because we don't need this necessarily. Those 2 are pretty much locked, although we can arguably replace this with a resistance as well. We got 3 rune sockets. We've still got the socket there. That'll probably be a +1. There is another option. Does this still work? Does anyone know if the weapon set 2 unusable things still work? Because there's one little trick that we can do. There is one little trick that we can do. I've got enough of these to actually test this out. Oh god, it wasn't fire that I needed. Fuck. Used the wrong scepter. But still, it'll at least confirm whether this works or not. It does. Alright. I think we may go with that. We're going to lose a bit of damage, but we're going to solve our resistances. I'll explain what I'm doing here in a moment. Which one was our lowest resistance? It was lightning, wasn't it? Actually, I'll do the jewels first. I'll explain it with this. I am not advocating the use of this necessarily. It's a bit of a bug. No, not a bit of a bug. It is straight up a bug. If you have something in your second weapon set which is unusable, which we can do by using a limit to 1 rune that matches in our weapon set 1, in this case the rune of hollowing, with the same limit 1 rune of hollowing. So it's the limit 1 rune, you can't use it twice. So you can see here, you cannot use this item. It's red. If you log out and log back in, or change zones in the game, so like load into a map, it snapshots, for some reason, whatever skill granted implicit on this unusable weapon into your weapon set 1. So you can see here I'm in weapon set 1, but I've got the Purity of Fire aura on, and I do have the resistances. So it's a bit of a broken pit of tech, but we can use a lightning scepter in there and solve our lightning resistance that way. Yeah, apparently it can work with Mjolnir. Who was it? There was a build creator who was running around with 4 Mjolnirs equipped. 2 in his weapon set 1 and 2 in his weapon set 2. Doing crazy stuff. The great thing about that is you can then also put in the free spirit supports into there for no spirit cost. Yeah, Rake, that's the one. Okay, first we're going to do our jewels because we're probably going to corrupt a few jewels and we may get resistances on those. And that may lead... I kind of jumped the gun with the scepter and used the wrong one. We're probably going to be using a lightning or a cold resistance one. But let's have a look at what jewels we have. So you got armor, max fire, armor, max fire resistance, armor, elemental damage, flammability, magnitude, max fire resistance. Actually, is there any more max fire resistance jewels on the market? That's a decent one. We're going to slam a bunch of these like kind of average jewels with Val orbs because there's a very high chance if you do get an enchant that it's a resistance enchant. So it's a nice way to solve resistances. And we've also got 1 orb of sacrifice then to double that resistance if we need to somewhere. Max fire, nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing else. And the rest, okay. So this is the one we just bought. We want to avoid rubbing off the ignite magnitude and we want to put armor onto this with one of these. That's really nice. High roll, max roll armor, ignite magnitude. So the reason I picked this up and I'm kind of talking about ignite magnitude, cast on elemental ailments, energy gain is based on how big the ignites are that you apply. So scaling ignite magnitude as well as ailment magnitude, ignite is an ailment, increases the amount of energy gain you get from casted elemental ailments, which means more comets in our trigger. So that's a very good one. We probably don't want to risk corrupting that. This is worth a corruption. It's kind of mid. This is kind of mid. Worth a corruption. Armor elemental, that's worth corruption. This is already corrupted if we need fire resistance. Armor elemental and flammability, that's kind of mid tier. Armor fire, that's worth a corruption. Armor max fire, that's worth corruption. Cold crit elemental, that's a very good one. We won't risk that. Cold ignite and crit damage bonus, that's probably worth a corruption. This is 2 open prefixes. What can we slam on a prefix? Sapphire spell damage, cast speed, cold damage. Probably spell damage or cast speed, yeah? Go to spell damage. Which one was that? This one. God, low roll. We'll slam that with a corruption. I've got plenty of jewels here, Strange. It's just a case where I've got enough good jewels within here to fill all up all the sockets. It's more so about trying to get one corrupted with... Well, that's a very good one. Corrupted with a resistance. That's a very good one. That's a mid one. Considering we got 4 very good ones, and I think how many dual sockets did we have? 7, I think, open. Them 2 are locked. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we got 4. So if we can get 3 potential resistance. Well, we got 1 already. So if we get 2 potential resistances out of this batch, that would be a very good outcome. Fingers crossed. First one. Bricked. Changed it. Second one. Added a modifier. Meta skills have energy gain. Fuck. That's a massive jewel for anyone that's using energy shield, but it's still very good for us. So that's definitely a candidate. Put that in the candidate bucket. Unchanged. We'll leave that here. That bricked. Unchanged. Unchanged. Oh god, not looking very lucky on the corruptions. Armor, max fire, unchanged. Armor, elemental. Added a modifier, but doesn't help us. And removed 1, but we still got the 2. Shit, we missed resistances on all of them. That is unfortunate. We still have this fire one. How much fire do we have without this in there? So we could potentially solve our fire resistance with that and using the Orb of Sacrifice on it, which will double up the roll. We can solve the lightning resistance with a scepter, and that would just leave probably 2 runes to solve the cold. I think that's ultimately what we're going to have to do. Nice. All right, that's the fire. We kept the max fire resistance and the flammability magnitude, so that will go in. Actually, we'll go around. That's fire solved. This is a very good duel from a defensive point of view. That will definitely go in. Max fire resistance, ignite magnitude, and the top armor roll. Where got time? Very good question. Yes. Well, 2 parts. No, I don't have a build right now, but yes, I have also looked at this node before and tried using it and working around it. I was actually looking at potentially using this node for my next build, which will be a gemling using Ember Fusillade and Flame Blast in a pure fire setup. And yeah, you can use a combination. You can use the self-immolation from this, or you can be an Infernalist and ignite yourself with Grinning Immolation and make use of this. I currently don't have an Infernalist build which utilizes this at the moment. I have used it, I believe I used it on my shield wall setup on the first character on THC, but I was pretty much just utilizing the top 2 lines. Although there was a point in time, I think one of the first iterations on the Grim Pillars, I was using a Chernobog with this as well, potentially. So yeah, there are some uses for it. It is a very interesting and cool node. Damn, I think I had a cold resistance jewel somewhere. I think it was pretty crap, but I did have one, I believe. Literally would just be using it for the cold resistance, but that is an option as well. I don't suppose anyone's got enchant cold resistance jewel up on the market. No. Okay, that's an option as well. Geez, that's a pretty interesting one. Okay, so lightning scepter. Do we have a lightning scepter? $17, $17, $14. How much is 17? $38. Is that enough? Yeah, it is. All right, cool. Nothing else matters on the scepter anyway. It's just the level, so we'll just use that. All right, we're getting close. We're getting close. Lightning, done. Fire, done. Just got cold. Where do we have a cold rune? We're going to need this. We're going to need a master working, which we got plenty of. Probably put it in the helmet. Is there anything we can divine to potentially roll up? What's this? What are these rolls? 30, 29, 27. We could YOLO roll this. Potentially get the armor higher. It is a risk though, because it could roll lower. Actually, correct me if I'm wrong, can't you effectively do divine the resistances by using a flux to convert it to another element and then flux it back? Because that's an option. I do have a couple of fluxes spare. Balok, yeah, I do have another socket free, but if it's not worth using another rune just for 2%. Like, I could probably solve it by doing some divine shenanigans somewhere. Like, I'd either try and... I think I may try and get... Like, how many fluxes do I have to actually attempt this if I do want to do it that way? Expedition. Got a couple. 4 chances. Yeah, I could I've got 1 divine left. I could YOLO go for that. Actually, how much are divines in terms of exalts? 40. How about chaos?
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Let's try and divine and get the armor up at the same time, eh? 76786. Oh, geez, that's a very high armor roll. I think I may keep that. Even though we didn't solve the cold, it was a very good outcome for the armor. Yeah, armor is, well, max roll flat. Almost max on the percentage. Low rolled the percentage here, but still these two were nearly max, so it's not going to get much better than that. We may have to flux these back and forth. I can't do it anywhere else, can I? No, this is the only place we got the cold. I think we just go for it. That's one more, isn't it? Do we just settle for 74? We'll settle. Fuck it. Alright, we got some good DPS jewels here. We'll put those in. And we've got 2 left. What do we want? Ah, I had this as well. Completely forgot. But it's a pretty crap jewel. This is very nice. It's got 4 mods. I think we will go defensive initially. Life regen, elemental damage, armor. Armor max fire. Flammability. We'll go with those two. We'll start with that. So, we can put that in there. Increase flasks, why not? This doesn't give us anything. What else can we put into there? Don't need more resistance. Life on kill. Cannibalism 2. There we go. Mysticism, which one is that? Is that the spell damage? Is that the spell damage for ES? We're never going to have max ES because we're always going to be hitting ourselves. Our Pyro Pack's going to be hitting us constantly, so... that's not going to work. So we've basically got infinite mana, but that pyro pack's going to be hitting us. So our ES is just always going to be 0 practically. Wow, so from a purely gear and defensive point of view, we've landed in a respectable place. Let's have a quick look what that looks like in terms of POB. Fizz max hit, a little over 9k. The EHP is very low, but I'm mostly interested in these max hits. They're all kind of around the 10k plus. Touch low. Not awful though. The thing is, we're also going to have Morrigan's Insight hopefully triggering guard quite often. Yeah, we're going to take some baby steps into maps for sure. But the max fizz at 9k, maybe a little bit low. I'd like that over 10. 13 plus for the others. It's not too bad. It's okay-ish. We still got points to place as well, so we can also always put in a little in some defensive options. So we still got 8 passive points as well. We could use those defensively. Like what could actually I'll do that in here. What can I do with 8 points? So we can get this to 119. I could get some armor applies to Ellie. What would that do? 13.8. 400-ish max hit. Not really worth it, is it? Probably just full send it into damage. What else? What other armor type options do we have around here? Could just full send it into armor. No, that's a reasonable. It's a lot of armor around there. That brings us over 10k and 14k. No, that's an option. Another option is this. No, sorry, I meant through here. If you, no, not haven't, have. I think we may just full send it into DPS. If we feel a bit too squishy and need to bail out of the first few test runs, we then pivot and put it into defenses. Or do I go defensive, test it out, and if we're feeling tanky enough, then put it into DPS? Still got 2 sockets open as well. We probably want Ignite Magnitude into here. And I kind of want to use this as well. We're going to avoid waystones with curses, so I think I'm going to replace that. And get some guard every couple of seconds. About 200 guard. Not much, but it's always something periodically. Alright, let's set up our spells and then we'll think about these last 8 points. We got a level 20 of spirit and skill. That will go towards our Frostbolt and cast on Elemental Ailment. We've got a couple of perfect jewelers, so we may have a cheeky attempt. Maybe 1 or 2 attempts at trying to get a +1 corruption. Actually, one thing we will definitely be doing is using one of these on this. To get the 5th socket on the Spell Slinger. Yo, what's up, whatever? How'd the stream go yesterday, mate? Hey, it was a pleasure, mate. And like I said, you were near unanimously voted on by everyone in chat to raid you, mate. So I dare say the appreciation rests with all the guys in chat because we pretty much got regulars here most of the time. And they're the ones that voted for you, mate. So a lot of love to those guys. Alright, so. And I've also got the amulet instillment that I need to remember. Interesting. I think the cast on elemental ailments, we're not going to be able... I think it would be more value to try and get the +1 on the Frostbolt. So I think cast on elemental ailment is going to be just guaranteed. And unfortunately, does anyone have a couple of Val Orbs they can throw my way? I can trade, I don't know, Chaos Orbs in exchange for some Val Orbs. Yeah, I know, Cypher. I'm well aware. The sad thing is, no regrets, but I gave about 60 or 70 Val Orbs to Blaze yesterday and the day before, and now I need them, and the poor guy ripped. Maybe it was my fault. I gave him too many Val Orbs, and it was one of the T16s he made from my orbs. Legend, Numbling. Is there something I can give you, Numbling? Is there anything you need in particular? I'm pretty much done with all my crafting, so... Any regular ribs, preserved jawbones, preserved collarbones, couple of regular ribs. No worries, mate. Come back to my hideout if you can. Oh, all your minions body blocking you. Here you go. Thank you. So we'll try and make a +1 comet, I think. We'll try for first. We'll do them one by one actually, because I can't exactly. We need the remnants on Kalgor. We don't care about the sockets because this is going to go into the cast on elemental ailment. Brick.
Welcome. This is what we have available. Good fortune.
Next. Oh, got that a lot quicker than I thought. Not into there, into there. Cool. All right, into the cast on elemental ailment we want. Energy. All 15 had the prefix removed. Huh? Hold on. Okay, so if anyone who's interested, I found 15 jewels that had 1 prefix and 2 suffix with a liquid eye to remove a random mod and add a prefix mod in its place. Interesting. Yeah. Alright, so we've got our comet sorted. We may have used up all our corruption luck on the +1 there. Ugh, so we've got 3 perfect jewelers left. 1 definitely has to go towards the Frostbolt, which leaves 2 open, because there's nothing else we need 5 sockets on. We've got the Spell Slinger 5 sockets. Actually, one thing I really need to do before I forget, because this build completely does not function without this. We got to get rid of our poor Hound. And we got to get Bringer of Flame. Alright, very quick toilet bay. I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Actually, how... I don't suppose there's any of these on the market. An extra attempt,
I'll
why
post it
not?
right away.
So one we definitely need to save. Three attempts at the +1 on the Frostbolt. Is there anything else I'd potentially use it on? Yeah, cast speed is always a suffix. -1.
What do you think? Carry on.
Take 2. Quality up. Not bad, ladies and gentlemen, not bad. Oh, that's so nice. So nice. Oof. Oof. 40k base DPS with no support and still some passive points left. That's looking promising, guys. Damage-wise, I don't think we're going to have too many issues. It's just a question of whether we suicide ourselves with the Pyro Pact immediately. Alright, so now we've got a couple of attempts at the Frost Darts for the Spell Slinger. So I kind of want to use Frost Darts in there, I think. For the high projectile speed. No. What's the alt quality on this? Additional projectile chance. If we do get an up roll on the quality, we might use that last temple currency. No. No. Next. No. Oh, bloody hell. Okay, we used up all our luck on the others.
Welcome. Quachic Trek. Bring any tomes you find.
Just use the 19s, although it doesn't really make a difference because you can always upgrade them. Alright. Nice. Oh. Well, we've had a lot of luck with these crafting up these gems. We got the +1 and up quality on the Frost Darts. We got the +1 on the Comet. And we got the quality up and the +1 on the Frostbolt. Wow, okay. Very lucky there. How much damage does this do to us right now? Is it me or did that do nothing? Hold on. That doesn't seem right. I'm guessing he hit the guard. Make sure that guard isn't up. $40 left. 150 damage from our Pyro Pact, which is, we got about 3,000 HP here. Obviously, we got the guard periodically come out, but let's say hypothetically 3,000, 150. So we're taking about 5% of our damage. That's not too bad. Not too bad. This may work. So now, a few things. We definitely will be using this. Probably in the frost darts to consume the freeze from these two. And this is level... Actually, no. We're better off putting it into this, probably. 2,000 guard. So hopefully these two freeze and this consumes it. It's a little bit awkward though, because freeze does generate a lot of energy for the cast on elemental ailment. So do I want to have another supportive skill here that we use, that we throw down to trigger the Morrigans? Frost Wall, maybe? Orb of Storms, maybe? Although that's not a cold spell, so it's not going to benefit from all the cold spell levels that we got. Throw out of Eye of Winter occasionally. Anyone got any ideas for how we trigger this? Kind of thinking we have to run another supportive skill, which has like a duration-based one, which we can just plonk down. Do we have any gain as lightning sources? No, damn. So I'm assuming it's like putting living lightning into something would work as well. Fire infused lightning ball. It'd be nice to have something that has cold spells though, because the thing is, this Nature's Exchange scales the guard based off of the level of the spell, and we've got +5 levels of cold spells here, so that's a lot of guard that's left on the table if we put it onto something that isn't a cold spell. Some of the other things we can set up in the meantime. We want wild shards on this. We've got this that we can potentially put onto the comets as well. We got this. We got this. I want to compare Valenta's propulsion to projectile speed. How much projectile speed does this give? Why isn't this increasing the damage? Shouldn't it? 40%. 67. Why isn't the projectile speed from this increasing the damage? What am I missing? I thought the 40% proj speed looped back into this to give you 40% increased damage as well, but it doesn't seem to be happening. Am I tripping? Have I always misunderstood this? Anyone know? I don't know, for some reason I always thought that this... Oh, because it's more... Yeah. Thank you, yeah, both of you guys are right. Increase instead of more. If this was increase, it would. Yeah. Saying that in that case, Valenta's is better to use in there. I am going to cheat and just use POB a little bit here. Oh, Frost Bomb, Frost Bolt. Yeah, we do have the Rakiatas. 127% increased damage. Well, we do have that, but we're not risking it immediately. Deliberation. I don't like, really. We've got to do the... I'm going to refresh my memory of what I was running. Where is my video? Frostbolt variant. Scions is the wild shard. We don't have tricksters, so we'll have an alternate. We've got the Valentas. I'm not running armor break. We'll definitely run the commiserate. So that's one option. Where are we? Here. Another thing we'll probably run is the flammability ignite. Which one is it? More flammability magnitude, which leaves one open. I think there's other ignite ones as well. Was it searing something? Less damage with hits, but greater magnitude. So the Frostbolt will do less damage, but will trigger more comets. That's a candidate. Rapid casting is another option. Straight up cold mastery. What is POB? So inexorable critical. 20%. Cold attunement. I think cold penetration until we use... Yeah, we'll use cold pen until we feel comfortable enough to use the Rakiatas. Actually, no, Rakiatas will ultimately go into Comet. What else did I use? Overwhelming presence is something to potentially think of. Blasphemy with enfeeble would be really strong. As much as it would be nice to get some fire. Or do we potentially also throw in Orb of Storms supportively and take... No, that wouldn't work. Or I just use, rather than using frost darts, I could just potentially use the, what is it, the bomb, living bomb for fire, infusions for comets. It'll be a lowish level, but that is an option as well. Meta. Is this counted as a meta? Does anyone know whether efficient inscriptions with the meta skills have 20% increased reservation work on things like Remnants of Calgar, which only have the persistent tag on it and not the meta tag specifically? Because I know it works on things like totems with Ancestral Bond and things like that. Is it like all spirit abilities, or does it specifically need... Doesn't have... Alright, Blizz, thank you. So I'd still get 20%, 20 spirit from this. Lower. Like, what else can... Like, I kind of want to run Remnants, but... There's so many other good things as well. Blasphemy would be really strong. Blasphemy with Enfeeble. Remnants. Overwhelming presence. I prefer Enfeeble over Temp Chains, to be honest. Because if you're an armor stacker, then Enfeeble not only is a damage reduction in its own right, but it also reduces the max hit you take, which increases your max hit taken. Like, I could probably even show it. Like, if you have a look at the max hit here, 9.2. Is it supported? Socketed skills apply an aura around you, not supported yet. Okay, that's annoying. Well, I can't show you, but it does. What do I need for this? Isolation. Damn. Got the others. Paranoia agreed. With 20 spirit reduced on this, it would mean I'd have 70 spirit left over, which would either open up 230s or the blasphemy with the 60. So it'd be probably remnants and I dare say overwhelming presence. Siphon elements is another option. Siphon elements in combination with elemental equilibrium is very good for getting the fire infusions for comets, because you're doing so much cold damage that that's all getting converted into fire. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. I could just spec directly into this. That's kind of a waste of 8 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3. No. I could go Remnants of Kalgur, and before I make that choice, I think we need to just test how the build functions. I think I'll just throw that in for now. Which goes back to how do we trigger Morrigan's. Nothing really there. Fires 30 shard projectiles per second. It needs to consume freeze. Nature's Exchange triggers Nature's Exchange when consuming freeze, and Nature's Exchange at high levels, like if I put this into a cold-based skill, gives 2,500 guard. It's massive. The only problem is you can't. I originally planned on putting it in one of these meta abilities, but it takes on the level of the meta ability, which is low, and not the level of the spell in there. So you can see here, it's only 600 compared to 2.5 if I put it into a cold self-cast cold spell. Yeah, there's an 8-second cooldown, but 2,500 guard every 8 seconds. It's a lot. And I can lower that cooldown if I do it into a self-cast. I can do compressed duration, reduce cooldown, trigger it probably every 6 seconds or so. I think for now, rather than overthinking it, I'm just going to put it in the Spell Slinger and see how often this triggers from just regular use. $600. Oh, look, we'll just put it into here for now. Wild shards. Where? Really? Vix. You can't argue with that, but we don't expect to live with this build. We're just having some fun. We're sending it. So even some conditional defense is going to help as opposed to not having any. This is pure... This character is level 96. It was a Grim Pillar build, so to give you some context. And basically, I kind of reached the end point with the Grim Pillars. It exceeded my expectations. It did very well. But it kind of reached a end point of what we could push with it without going silly into currency. And I didn't want to just XP grind. So we're pretty much sacrificing this character. And we're going to see if we can do a crazy Pyro Pact, Infernalist, cast on Elemental Ailment build. And see how long we survive. Cold penetration everywhere until we use... Ah, yeah, Spell Cascade, almost forgot. Oh, do I already have it? Oh, whoops. On it here. Yeah, we would put the Uthrids in there. But in the meantime... No, it's not telling me what's good. What can we put in here? We got the Cascade, we got the Cold Pen. I could use the other energy support, but I kind of don't want to go overboard with... Oh. For all we know, we won't get a lot of triggers anyway, but still. We got the Spell Slinger full, we got Frostbolt full. One more. The costs are mana costs, which doesn't apply to us. Execute. Rapid casting, no. Oh, we'll just go Cold Mastery. We need a test thing. We're reaching a point where we just need to send it and see how it goes. Actually, the Cold Penetration doesn't help us with energy generation, so we should really use something else in the Frostbolt. Let's just go with the Ignite and full send it on. I mean, the Searing Flame. And see how that feels. Am I missing anything, guys? Or is it finally time to rip the character? We still got an instillment on the amulet to decide what we want to do with. We still got these 8 points. Efficiency in COEA. Potentially. To minimize the self-damage. It'll trigger the pyro less. I don't mind that idea. We'll play it, we'll tippy-toe. We'll play it a bit safe. So, hold on. Firstly, I definitely don't want to be accidentally getting into weapon set 2, so we'll disable all that shit. We still got some potential to use spirit elsewhere, so hold on. While we've got that 20 spirit, we may as well use it. We can put some more vitality probably in there. For a bit more life regen. Yeah, let's play it safe for now. So what was it? Efficiency into here. God, I hate it how it doesn't actually properly show you all the options. We're maxed out on spirit. We're kind of taking it a little bit safe on the comets. God knows that we may not even generate any comets. We'll see. To even be safer for now, I'm just going to get a lot more armor applies to Ellie and a lot more armor, I think. We got 3 points. Can we access any decent armor nodes? We're a little bit short on the cold, so maybe we'll get the all res here. And for now, we will just get some more cold penetration because we're not running Rakiatas yet. Actually, no. Defensive mindset. What am I doing?
Another strategy.
First, let's start a bit more cautiously. We'll just go armor. So all of these values will get doubled by Gore Girdle. Let's see what POB says quickly. Log back in. Elemental max hits above 14k, Chaos above 10k, and Physical about 10. Effective HP is obviously very low because we don't really have any massive sustain. We're going to be relying on our Life Flask and hopefully the Guard triggering. Oh, we'll have a look. We'll jump into a T14 and see how
This is all we have. That may be
just how horrible this feels. We'll do a Sun Temple here. Actually, no, I should save the city layouts. Is there anything we can at least work towards? I guess we can move our way there slowly. Reservoir. Rock pools. Mirrors of Delirium. We don't want to do a Mirror of Delirium just yet. Is there a steep somewhere? I like steep. Step. Actually, yeah, Ailment mod, that was a good... Well, I'm using blank maps at the moment. Alright. It's taken almost like a full day. But ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the point where we're actually finally going to test this. Okay, we're a little bit over intelligence, so I can still tweak a little bit. We're over on intelligence a bit. Let's get a little bit more strength. 57, wasn't it? Alright, really min-maxing there. Okay, holy, we're playing the game finally. Gentlemen, Funky Chicken 2, THC may very well see its end very quickly. Where's the boss? We need the boss. Feels like we need more cast speed. More cast speed would also mean more projectile speed from Valentas. Do a remnant, see how this feels. Keep in mind, we still got Rakiatas and an Uthrids to buff up the comets even more, so I've got some damage scalers. Not feeling super, but not feeling horrible at the moment as either. I should be paying attention to see whether the Morrigans is triggering, that's another thing. You see, there's Morrigans. Let's see if it triggers in again in 8 seconds. Well, how regularly can we trigger this with some density? Oh wow, there's a little bit of reward. We're doing the first test run, Matt, in a white T14, so nothing too scary. And what you see is what we've got at the moment. We definitely want to see the boss. We got a summoning circle as well, which we could try, which would be a bit risky, but we could just YOLO it. My first impressions immediately are we definitely need more cast speed. We just send it on this summoning circle. Fuck it. I need Frost Wall, I think. It's another thing. Frost Wall or more cast speed, first impressions. Frost Wall will help a lot on single target. Comets auto through the cast on elemental ailment. Alright, here's the boss. We need the Frost Ball, definitely need the Frost Wall on the single target. Frost Wall, cast speed. And then we'll do another run and see if there's a difference.
Yes.
But we survived. Exactly as Goldhand just said, we didn't blow up. I'll take that as a W. It's not feeling fantastic, but I have a few levers I can pull here. Like we talked about, baby steps. We still got the anoint to keep in mind as well.
Speak.
So first thing is we need a bit more cast speed. So I think this is going to go. Is there 2 points we can put into cast speed somewhere? There. 3 and a penetration. 3. There we go. There's some cast speed. Not a lot, but something. I think Searing Flame will go and we'll put in cast speed there instead. And see how that feels. Probably will impact the Comet generation, but we're definitely short on the cast speed. Which is why it would have been really nice to... This is why I was talking about the value of the Transcendent Alloy on the wand and getting another 30-odd% cast speed on the wand. And that was the number one thing we were trying to roll for this very reason. Frostbolt is very slow. It's lucky at least that we have the Valentis propulsion to help out. Hey, Goldhand, I'm glad Hungry Boots' stuff has helped you, man. I'm more than happy to pass on people that are more knowledgeable than myself in certain stuff, and he has definitely been pushing the boundaries with that recoup demon form, lightning warp setup for a lot more than I have, so I'm very happy to hear you had a positive experience with that. Yeah, he's min-maxed the absolute shit out of that build. Alright, so we've gotten 20% more cast speed there. We moved around 2 points and got 8% more there. So that's already 28% more cast speed, which has also increased our projectile speed up by quite a bit as well. We wanted Frost Wall. That's the next thing we need. I'll do it on this. think we've got a few jewelers, and we'll try one cheeky slam. +1, bang, there we go. God, that was a lot. That was an unethical slam there. We'll upgrade it. Frost Wall. Spell Cascade. Cooldown recovery. Take Frost Bomb out, because ultimately we won't be running it once we put in Rakiatas. We've still got the Rakiatas as well as a scaler. What else do I have in the Frost Wall? I think I had... Was I running Frost Wall here? I probably was. I wasn't. Shit, alright. I guess the build was just so cracked by that point I didn't need it. Living Bomb in here is the other another thing I need to consider potentially doing for fire infusions for the comets, something we can play around with. Gold Hand, I always suspected it would be, but 0.5 is the first time I've actually put into practice a theory that I've been sitting on for a while of, yeah, Pyro Pact being able to be mitigated by purely stacking armor, and armor applies to fire. I always suspected it would be good, but it works a lot better than I think. And honestly, it's interesting because if GGG ever takes the approach of trying to nerf cast-on builds by targeting the sustainability from a resource point of view, like they have already tried in 0.5 with the Life Leech nerf, to Blood Mages, Infernalists will still always be able to use this tech unless they change something with Pyro Pact. We always have infinite mana effectively with Pyro Pact. Like, as we saw, I take practically negligible damage without any sort of immunity to the Pyro Pact. I'm just eating it. And as you saw in that map, it was... Yeah. Can you explain the reason for the Cloak of Flame? Yes, I can. I'll try not to talk... I could talk about this all day. I'll try and explain it as simply as I can. Armor mitigation is not a linear curve. The bigger the hit you take, the exponentially more armor you need to be able to mitigate that damage compared to an equivalent smaller hit. So what the Cloak of Flame does for armor stacking builds is by converting a chunk of the physical damage, rather than having this big of a physical hit, it basically takes it and cuts it into two, and you've got two much smaller hits, one being done still on the physical, one being done on the through fire now. And both of those smaller hits need much less armor in order to effectively mitigate that damage. Furthermore, the Infernalist then has another conversion through Altered Flesh, which converts another 20%. So rather than taking this massive physical damage hit, you're all of a sudden taking three much smaller hits, which need a lot less armor in order to mitigate. Which basically means conversions really good for armor, reduce size of hit, increase effectiveness of armor. Infernalist, I would argue, is the best armor stacking ascendancy in the game because of its Altered Flesh ascendancy node. And then when you combine it with Cloak of Flame, you're pretty much taking practically no physical damage. Thank you, Numbling. Or Strange. Actually, I like the way Strange has put it. Armor good against small hits, not good against big ones. So conversions are good because they turn big hit into smaller hits, and armor is better for smaller hits. Yeah, and then when you use that Cloak of Flame in combination with Gore Girdle, because you're practically taking very little physical damage now, we're converting away 50% with the Cloak of Flame and 20% with the Infernalist Ascendancy. We actually don't worry too much about the physical mitigation anymore, so we don't really care about this downside of the max physical being reduced to 50, and we get the upside of all our elemental and chaos armor mitigation being doubled, which is massive. All right, so we increased our cast speed a little bit. We need to fill out the rest of Frost Wall. We got 2 supports left in there. What can we put into there? Magnified area, maybe. I always forget what's good in Frost Wall. Could put freeze in maybe as well. Magnified area, maybe? Does magnified area increase the size of the explosions? Explosion rate is 2.1. Yes, it does. We'll do that. This is all experimental. It's probably going to be a couple more refinements along the way. We'll do another T14. We'll still play it safe. Any other steep maps around? They're always good to test on because they just got a lot of wide density. Ice Bite. What's that? I think that's an attack. On freezing. I don't know how regularly the frost wall itself is going to be causing the freezes. Cold Mastery is another just blanket good one, but we'll see how this feels. We got a little... Alright, the cast speed is immediately feeling a little bit better. Yeah, cast speed immediately feels much better, even just from that 28%. You guys, I don't know if it's noticeable for you guys, but the cast speed definitely feels good. Could almost put the Frost Wall into the Spell Slinger even, potentially. Don't know how that would line up with the cooldowns. Although self-casting is probably better. I only need it on the rares. Chunkier Remnant. This will be a little bit of a stress test. Still feels like it could use a little bit more cast speed. We want to find the boss as well. let's see what difference the frost wall makes on the boss. Yeah, big one. Frost wall definitely helps with a single target. Should have picked up that waystone. Okay. Not bad first little baby steps. We haven't died yet. That's always a big positive. What can we tweak still? Do I just instill heat proof for now? And use these 4 points for cast speed somewhere. There's 9% cast speed accessible there. I feel like I still need more cast speed. If you've dealt... Oh, this is nice. 8% with some crit nodes along the way. Mana regen. No. There's a massive cast speed node here, but 15% mana costs. How brave are we? This would be the highest value, these 3 points. But how brave are we? I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. Harsh winter. With some more freeze build up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, good call. It's a nice option. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 14 cast speed for 5 points. Let me know when the ad's done. Just realized there's an ad running. So. Is the ad done, guys? Just want to make sure that no one misses any build theory talk. Fair enough. Yeah, to your point, terrible is too heavy a word. It's not terrible for this build. It's definitely nice to avoid it. You know, hitting max Infernal Flame slower is better, although as we can see, our mitigation towards the Pyro Pack damage is actually relatively okay at the moment. So we could potentially, it may feel okay. We've also, like you guys said, we still got the efficiency in the comets, so that's another option to get rid of that. Yeah, there's that cluster. There's this. And there's this. They're probably the leading candidates for more cast speed. We'd need to instill this. We'll lose a little bit of armor and iron plus to fire, so that would also make us take more damage. More fire pyro damage. So that would be a bit of a sacrifice, dropping that. We could alternatively instill Blade Catcher and lose a little bit of life and get 5 points that way. That is an option as well. Actually, how does that look in POB? Fire max set 14.8. If we remove this, $28.5, 25.6, 25.6. It's about equivalent. Interesting. Or we drop a little bit of DPS basically somewhere else. Drop one of these clusters and get more cast speed. $10.9, 9.5, 9.5, 9.6. What's our crit hit chance at? 40%.
Speak.
I must keep
What's it at if I remove this? 32. Something else I wanted to try as well. No, not immune to self-ignite. But we have 43 reduce ignite duration on the cloak. There's commiserate, which pulls it off me when I apply it. And we've also got 30% reduced magnitude from heat proof. So there's a couple of layers there which kind of mitigate it. And and we've got cool-headed as well. So a lot less duration, commiserate, and heat proof. kind of counteract it to a degree. I could get full immunity, but it would require some investment. I'd probably need to like get crystallized immunities or, you know, combine heat proof with this stuff up here. And it's just too much point investment at the moment. In some respects, I could pick this up as well, but I wanted to try potentially playing around with this. And one overabundance as well.
What is it?
How can I perfect myself?
Oh, whoops, wrong one.
Time to change plans.
I wonder how that will feel.
Speak.
Let's try a T15, step it up a little bit. White one for now. Yeah, we're going to push it. I'm probably 1 or 2 test maps away from just full sending it on Expedition. And whatever happens, happens. Can someone keep an eye on the fire infusions up here? See if they're generating properly? Seems like we're getting quite a few fire infusions, eh, with the living bomb. Yeah, I'm kind of liking the living bomb.
A good find.
Considering this build isn't crazily, like it's almost the opposite of crazy min-maxed, I'm not generating comets fast enough to consume too many fire infusions, so Living Bomb's actually feeling really good. Because the fire infusion's almost double, if not triple, the comet damage, so it's pretty damn significant. Yeah, it feels good, doesn't it? I never, in my wildest expectations, would have thought I'd be running this build on hardcore. Another perfect jeweler. That's the second one we found. Wow, okay. Game's rewarding us for our brazenness. We're sending these summoning circles as well. Oh, jeez, yeah, Living Bomb makes a big difference. Okay, so that's a win. Living Bomb is definitely looking like a big win. 100%. I still don't have an instillment on the amulet as well, so I'm all up for ideas for that. There already is a build guide for this. I'll give you guys the link. Well, I already had the max roll up, so there's the max roll. This is my, well, this is on softcore, so obviously this is a little bit different. I can just update this very quickly. Actually, this felt good, so I'll quickly log in and out to refresh, and I'll give you guys the hardcore variant that I'm running right now, which is, I guess, a lot more budget friendly as well, because the max roll there is like the full-on min-maxed on trade that I was running. So this is what I've got currently. And yeah, we've still got efficiency. We're still not using Rakiatas. We've also got Uthrids. So we've still got quite a few damage scalers in our pocket. Like, I've still got this, which I could use somewhere. Probably on the comets. I've still got Rakiatas, which is massive. Mana regen with Pyro Pact is completely... does nothing. Pyro Pact changes your mana to a new resource completely called Infernal Flame. So you actually have specifically 0 mana. As far as the game is concerned, you've got 0 mana. So you can't consume mana, you can't sacrifice mana, any support or ability that depends on consuming mana won't work. Well, that isn't exactly right. It depends on, like, things like sacrifice. If you need to sacrifice mana, it won't work. That felt pretty damn good. More flammability magnitude. Will that give us anything? No. I don't really need a quality dat. I'm kind of happy with that. Oh, I'd still love to find something to do with Morrigan's. You know what? Why didn't that work? Ah, it's corrupted. Shit. We're using it. We'll use Frostwall a little bit more proactively and maybe be able to get a higher level guard occasionally. Oh shit. I don't mean to click on that. Why is this stuck? Catalyst. What's that? Strange. Is that a support? Is that a point me in the right direction, Strange? What do you mean? What was that you were referring to? So Nature's Exchange, we can get a nice 2,000 potentially there. Freeze this up. I don't see a world we use anything else here. Yeah. Good option. That's somewhere down here off memory, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Wow, I could actually remember where shit is on the passive tree, believe it or not. Yes. Oh no, it's elemental damage with attacks, so it's just a conversion. This would have more value. Molten Being. There is still the potential that we drop Remnants of Kalgur. Remnants of Kalgur is essentially just there to give us a bigger HP pool. Because it overflows the ward. So the ward gets up to, if we round it up, 15. It's about 500 life, this. We could still potentially anoint this and take Enfeeble. Is overflow... No, overflow is 50%, not double. 1.5. Dynamism. Oh, wow, that is a good one. Yeah, that's pretty juicy. If I feel like going DPS, this is probably a pretty high candidate. I'm somewhat inclined to go for a little bit more of a defensive route for the anointment, though. Got to play Overwatch with wifey for the first 2 months. Bunch of new characters. I haven't played Overwatch in a long, long time. Energize and... Yeah, these are always standard kind of options. I run this on standard. I do the whole time lost duel in here and get all the stuff around here in standard. If you have a look at the max roll, that's probably what's in there. I could just anoint this back for another DPS option as well. Although... Dynamism, where was Dynamism? Yeah, I'm already running that. That's always a lock-in. This cluster is just phenomenal for crit-based energy builds. Crit chance, gain energy, crit chance, and this is just huge. 25% energy gain and 25% crit hit chance. That notable is juicy. Well, the challenge is I can do the same tech, and I could technically put in a Adonia's. The only issue is I don't have enough sockets. Well, actually, no, because I could just put in another rune of hollowing. Can I be bothered setting up that whole power charge tech stuff, though? I really don't like using this stuff. I've only done this, honestly, because I just needed a quick way to solve the resistances. I don't feel good about using these kind of buggy type things. Like, this should get fixed in 0.55. I could do a proper weapon set swap to Adonia's kind of setup, but to be honest, I don't like that stuff. It feels super clunky. I just like going into a map and blasting. I don't know, I've never been a fan of Adonia's. I know it's super powerful, don't get me wrong. It probably is a very, very, very good option for this, but I can't be bothered setting it up. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Adonia's. Look, it's a cool unique and some cool tech. I can appreciate it for what it is, but it feels super clunky to me. The thing that's jumping around into my mind right now is Remnants of Kalgor the play, or is getting efficient inscriptions to reduce cast on elemental ailments down by 20 spirit and putting in either Enfeeble or something else. Yeah, I kind of like, well, 500 life is pretty damn chunky. And also, it could potentially, in a pinch, if I get really low, running around and picking some of those remnants up as well, could save my life potentially. That said, Enfeeble is on rares about a 10% damage reduction, plus the fact that it would increase the efficiency of my armor as well. So it's not to be sneezed at. I could also run something like Wolf Pack with Loyalty for 10% just straight up hit damage reduction taken. Although probably Enfeeble is better at that point. Explosive Remnants is not an option in hardcore because it consumes your Runic Ward. Yeah, 1k ward is nothing massive, so... The other thing is this based off max? Max Runic Ward, not Overflow. I could also potentially Runeforge this helmet and bump up my Runic Ward even more to get even more Overflow. Like, I could get 300 more Runic Ward and probably not suffer much damage reduction loss, damage mitigation from the armor loss. Like, how much armor do I lose there? 350. It's not going to be massive impact. Is there any Romiras on the market? I will pick this up just in case, actually. It's a good support to have. Yeah, that's another option, because that's pretty good sustain, isn't it? The recoup would actually give us quite a bit of life regen. I do like the remnants, though. Is Wolfpack considered a meta skill? Damn, no. I don't think would there be any tithe? There'll be probably quite a few people farming Abyss. No, doesn't look like it. The recoup wouldn't be too significant though, because I'm not actually taking a lot of damage typically. But it's still something, even if it's like 20 to 40 life per second. It's not nothing. The thing is, Remnants is giving us about 500 HP, and I'm getting a little bit of life regen already from the vitality in there as well. Are there any just solid, straight up, you know, maybe something like just this? Ire, Fear, Despair. You know, something like that could be potentially good, just straight up defensive boost for now. Or I could just anoint this. Fear, Despair, Ire. Some cast speed. That's not bad. 3 points though. Ideally, I'd probably take something away. What about something with Ignite Magnitude? No. Ignite Magnitude. Reduce the self-ignite damage. I could just get one with Flame. I know, something with an isolation is probably too expensive to justify something like that. Guilt, Ire. It's such a cheap one that I'll probably just slap that on for now. While I have a think about it, and I think we just send it and then adjust as we need. I think we're going to just send it into an expedition and whatever fucking happens, happens. Let's have some fun, hey? Let's make the stream interesting. Although I do know some of you enjoy the whole build theory crafting stuff, which I appreciate. So this isn't fantastic, obviously, but the Ignite Magnitude boosts our energy gain for the cast on elemental ailments, and we're taking a little bit less self-damage from the ignites. It's not a great option, but it's at least something. Alternatively, I'm kind of leaning potentially towards this. Big chunk of extra armor against projectile ranged attacks, and 30% increased armor is kind of nice. Oh, I don't know. There's so many options. We could even go to just crystallize immunities and just get straight up ignite immunity. Acceleration is another good one. 10% skill speed. Oh, I did want cast speed as well. Do I just go this? Fear, envy, disgust. Do I have that? That's a actually very tempting option. Fear, disgust, envy. Let's do that. It's basically 10% cast speed. Whoop. What order is it? Fear, envy, disgust. We are full send mode.
Bile rises in your throat, but you deserve only emptiness.
To be honest, Slim, there is, as you can kind of tell with the way we've all been bouncing around different ideas, all the ideas, Slim, why am I typing your name rather than the, God. Yes, it would be good. Although we're removing the ignite with commiserate. So the damaging ailments. I'll have to keep that one in the back pocket. I do like that option as well. That's a good call out. I could remove the commiserate, so I'm not stripping the ignite off myself and just accept the ignite damage and then be immune to all other damaging ailments. All right, we're going to send it in the expedition. We're just going to go YOLO, but I just need to make a quick phone call and then, yeah, rip time. Just make sure I mute the mic. Remembered to unmute myself this time. G'day, Celtic. Welcome to the Infernalist ranks. I don't know when you popped in, mate, but we've literally been spending the last 4.5 hours doing nothing but theory crafting and build crafting, crafting items, changing the build setup. Some crazy stuff been going on. One thing before we jump, yes, this is Frostbolt. And we're going cast on Elemental Ailment with Comets, of all things, in hardcore. Into Expedition in a moment. We're just gonna YOLO this shit. What was that, Atomic? What have I tried? Are you talking about all the regex stuff? Yeah, I've used that before. It's good for like filtering specific like high monster rarity or high rarity of items. Yeah, it's really cool. Shu, I think you were here the other day, Shu, weren't you? Where we were talking about you pretty much need Snake Pit for Frostbolt to work. There's just no point doing Frostbolt without Snake Pit. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Sorry, bit of a stiff neck. And as we saw when we did the first test map, if you're struggling on single target, as we had the exact same problem, putting in a Frost Warp helps a lot. It pretty much guarantees you get a whole lot more explosions and really concentrates the Frostbolt explosions on a single point. So Frost Wall is very good as well. One thing I wanted to quickly POB and check is that helmet and to see what difference the Rune Forged version makes. Did I still have that in here? What does it change to? I want to see what the difference is to the HP if I did Rune Forge this. 514,293. 514. What was it? Fuck, I've got a memory like a goldfish. 293. I think that's the right wording. Yep, good. Add to build. So we've got 9.7 max fizz hit with like 27k HP. If we change the helmet to the Rune Forge version, bigger max hit. The Rune Forge version looks better. Am I tripping? I've been looking at all this Fury crafting stuff so long. Can someone confirm for me? This looks better, the Rune Forge version, in terms of these numbers, doesn't it? The EHP goes down slightly, but there's definitely a big jump up in all the max hit amounts. Keeping in mind, we've also got Remnants of Calgul, which will also get another 50% of that 290. Looks better, doesn't it? Rune Forged. Yeah, I'm going for it. Stuff it. Stuff it. basically 3.2-ish K life now. We're getting more benefit from the remnants of Kalgor now. That will get about 630. Shit, we'll almost have as much ward as we do life. I think the conversion of the gloves is a little bit too much off memory. Yeah, that doesn't seem worth. It's bumped up our periodic runic ward as well. We're a little bit over on the lightning, aren't we? 14. Jeez, if we could just squeeze out a little bit more lightning resistance somewhere. How much does purity of lightning scale? Plus 8, so we got it at 38 at 17. 3 more, plus 1. Could potentially get 4 more lightning there. So we're 14 over, 4 more, 18. Oh, quite literally 1 point short of like dumping a point into like lightning resistance and being able to free up run rune. Oh, that's so close. There's lightning resistance there as well. Is there anywhere we can pull a point out of? Not really. Everything's ending on a notable. Could pull out the freeze build-up here. Such a big amount of freeze build-up. Bit of cast speed, but we wanted the cast speed. No, we're just going to have to accept that it is. That's how it is. We could always drop this. What I'm thinking is we could put in the 20% more runic ward, which would give us another 60. Actually, it's not a massive amount, is it? Okay, it's not worth stressing over. Let's just full send this. For living bomb, we want fire penetration, I think. So that removes enemy resistances completely. How many supports is our comet supported by? 1, 2. Exactly 2. So that's what, 31? 33. Alright, we're risking our lineage supports. We're risking all our gear. We're going all in. We've got rid of the efficiency. We've put in Uthreds, so we've even increased. So rather than reducing the cost by 40%, we've increased it by bumping up the levels. We're putting in the Rakiatas. Maybe I'll do a test map before we do. All right, do I do a test map with this new setup, or do I just full send it into Expedition and whatever happens, happens? Yeah, Numbling, that's the irony of all of this, isn't it? Like, there was 3 or 4 hours last night, and now we're, I think, 5 hours in, and literally this character could just go poof. Please do a test map. Send it. I think I'm seeing more test maps. All right, so we're going to do a test map first. And we're going to do it with some crit damage, because when we send it into Expedition, we need to know at least a little bit of what to expect. Savannah's a decent map. All my resistances are shit are still fine, yeah. We got the Morrigans now into the Frostwall. We need... See, this is why we check stuff. Now Dex has gone out of whack. So we need to convert one of these into Dex. Alright. All of that's fine now. Everything's working. Alright. That sounds like a Dare Strange. But yes, you're right. I don't think the Morrigan's Insight's working on the Frost Wall. That doesn't feel too good. I haven't seen Morrigan's trigger once yet. It's this... Oh, there we go. Morrigan's triggered once on the tougher mobs. So maybe it is worth it. They get a massive chunk of guard for that Morrigan's. Hold on. Auto mod. It's weird. If I get it, if you die, but it'll be the serviced at a time and currency you put into the build, yeah. No, so in terms of the guard, this red one that you're seeing coming up periodically, that is this. Every 4 seconds, 20% of my runic ward. Morrigan's is that yellow one that you saw and called out. Alright, let's see what the boss is like. It triggers on chunkier content, which is probably when we need it. So I'll persist with it and I'll see how it feels in Expedition. That was a pretty seamless test run. The Racchiatas make some ridiculous difference. So does the Uthrids. Like, Fire Infused is already doing 150k. Nothing to write home about in terms of, like, trade league levels, but it's not too bad here. Alright, let's try something a little bit juicier. Ailment Threshold we will avoid, because that kind of really hurts the energy gain. No, not max player resistance. I'm going to be a little bit selective of the waystones at least. Temp chains, bloody hell. Once to life, that's fine. That's fine. Alright. Let's start making our way over to an expedition. Oh, we already have some expeditions open. Nice. We'll try one with 2 tablets first. We got 2 tablets here. Alright, moment of truth. Guard speed.
Time to leave my
I need some liquid Verisium to reroll stuff.
Good day. Be safe.
Put this TP
history
away
left its mark.
so it doesn't
Time to
interfere.
leave mine.
Oh, Saga, nice. Ooh. There's a chunky remnant to test it out. Void Flux. We're quite low on the chilling fluxes off memory. Nice. Got quite a few plus, but they're always handy to pick up. Alrighty. Moment of truth. Might as well pick up all of these chests. Been yapping away on your stream. Alright, this could be it, ladies and gentlemen. We're not the most juiced up expedition, but it'll definitely be a bit of a stress test. Well, let's go. We'll play it safe. We'll stand at a distance. There's a small one to get the ball rolling. What's this guy still doing here? Is it just me or is Morrigan's actually triggering pretty well here? Every time I glance up top, it seems to be up, so that's feeling pretty good. So far I am liking the choice of putting the Morrigans in the Frostwall. I'm seeing it quite a lot in these expeditions. Cold resistance mod, that makes sense. Cold resistance rune on this remnant, making it a little bit flunkier, but it's not too bad. I don't suppose anyone's got a Trickster's Shard lineage support. I feel like I kind of need that to improve this Frostbolt clear. Trickster's Shard. The one that does the little clones of you every 3 or 4 casts. They all cast. It would help a lot with the clear. I believe, yeah, I believe it's from the Raven boss. I'll ask in Global later. Yeah, I'd imagine there may be, well, there's someone linking a Raven touch. I believe some people farm it, so maybe someone's got one lying around that they're not using. I'll just have to check Frostbolt quickly to make sure I can actually use it. Check what I'd replace it with. The build is... The single target leaves a lot to be desired. And the clear without Trickster's Shard is a little bit... Could be a little bit better. But I dare say it's doing better than I thought it would. Especially from a survivability point of view. Like, if you have a look up here, like, Morrigan's Insight's actually triggering quite a bit. Alright, this Revenant's a little bit better of a stress test. I believe this has got the Oath rune on it. Dealing with these immune bloody monsters. Yeah, this Revenant's definitely probably the first kind of proper test we've had. Let's see if we survive this. Holy, okay. We lived. We actually lived. Hot damn. All right. T16? Do we try it?
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes. For Doriani.
Send it? I reckon we send it.
Welcome. Take your time. Don't spend it all at once.
Wait. Yeah, that's fine.
Good fortune.
Alrighty. I think it's T16 time. Sip of water. Which one of these? Increase elemental ailment application. That's okay. Penetrate. That's alright. This one's alright. Have increased elemental ailment threshold. That's a no. One thing I did notice is I think the boundless energy on this living bomb is overkill. I wonder if it's worth replacing this with something. I'll keep an eye on it. I did want to check about the tricksters. What would it replace though? Commiserate maybe? Is there a Commiserate 2? Am I tripping? I think there was a Commiserate 2, wasn't there? Or is it just the one? Just the one. I'll quickly... Actually, that's a good point. Worth checking. Doesn't look like it. So, do you have Val orbs? Not many. I'll explain, yeah. Every cast creates a little clone, and once you do the 4th class, all the clones fire it. It just increases the AoE clear. Yeah, tricksters are like dirt cheap, but everything seems to be hard to get on THC at the moment. Actually, we'll be generous. Have some more. Share some love. Send out some good karma, eh? I don't know if there's any way, Numbling. So, what do we replace it with? The rapid casting is pretty much a lock. Probably this. Actually, no. Probably this. Although that kind of removes the ignites from us, which is nice. We'll try it with this first, otherwise we'll try it with that. And I need another tablet. We don't want random map modifier. Just looking for experience, ultimately. Number of rare monsters isn't too bad either. Experience? Experience or rare monsters to really push us a little bit. We'll try that. Alright. Sending it on a T16. Oh, may as well grab the experience, so I need another tablet. This could be it. So to demonstrate tricksters, watch every time I do a cast. Little clone, second, third, and on the fourth, all of them fire. So the result is much better kind of AoE, especially when you get the wild shards procs going nicely. Frostbolt, if wild shards doesn't proc, can be quite clunky when it comes to clear, so this just improves it a lot, which is the whole idea of it. Yeah, it's a very cool lineage support.
History left its mark.
Ooh, juicy. We'll take the Cyrils, since they're quite rare. Greater Exalts. We'll take this even though we don't need it, simply so we can have a juicier remnant to test things. Actually, no, I'll be sensible. Holy shit, okay. 3 annulments. Jeez, we're getting some big remnant. This is going T16 with a whole bunch of chunky remnants. This is gonna get interesting. Oh, jeez, another big one. Oh, just that one down here. That's not worth beelining for. Ah, fuck it. Elder Saga, yes, it is worth beelining for. See, always Gamberg, boys. Always throw that little liquid on there. You never know what you're gonna get. Well, the elders will be our reward at the end of the day if we survive this madness. So that should cover that, and that can just grab that. That covers that. I feel like this is definitely going to be a very good stress test of the build. We got some pretty juicy remnants here. And we're going to cap it off if we get this far with an older saga. May as well get all these chests as well up here. If we survive. I think this is it. This could be it, guys. This is gonna be pretty full on. Keep in mind this is a full 6 modded T16 map. It's not the craziest modifiers and we're not propagating runes, but still, like, we've got so many 7 rune remnants, and we've got a 9. Let's go. Not liking the tricksters. The ignite is noticeable. Well, Omen popped. Although we got a whole bunch of runic ward below it, but still. The Oath rune with the immune mobs is so annoying. What the? This guy just won't die, will he? Let's regen a little bit. God, what's with all these immune rares? Seems like every second rare is like immune. Immune. He's not immune. Which one? This guy's not immune, alright. There we go, got him. No, I can't see shit over there. Yeah, that wasn't a smart idea. No, I feel dirty for bailing out of that one, but that was getting a little bit sketch. I hope this is as fun to watch as it is, like, on edge for me. It's probably the most quiet you've heard me for about a 15-minute period. Alright, we're going back in a moment. Ooh, we've topped up. The Oath Rune is by far the biggest headache here. Alright, this I could zone in and it could just... Alright, let's go.
History left its mark. Time is mine.
Pulling him away from all of this other crap so I can isolate this guy a little bit better. There we go. It's a little bit easier to manage away from all the other crap.
Too soon.
I'm not sure if Frostbolt on THC was the play in hindsight. I dare say Spark would be so much better for this clear. This Frostbolt on the single target is a little bit cumbersome, but we'll put, you know, it's fun. We'll put up with it. It's like every single one of these rares has got this bubble which you need to walk into for them to take damage. We've got immune rares loitered in between all this. Probably one of the harder rune combinations we probably could have gotten. Alright, where are the rest of you, mate? Here's one. Is that it? Alright, there's more of you. Okay. More proximal bubble boys with their immune parent. Oh. Oh. Got chilled there for a moment. The Frostballs actually work as a pretty good blocker for body blocking these guys. Alright, there's an ally hidden away somewhere. Oh shit, a couple of them. Why did I go balls deep like that? That wasn't smart. Is this a path down? Yes it is, thank you. I'll take that. This almost feels like what the original vision of the game was meant to be. It's like this shit. I feel like I'm playing the game for the first time properly. Okay, there's a rare... Oh, why am I going back into here? Why am I going back here? Here's a rare. Alright, I need to kill this guy. Full send, full send, full send. Alright. Another... How many of these immune guys are there? Seriously. Gotta full send it into this. Kill all these little stragglers. Next wave. The never-ending story. We got 2 immune parent rares who keep spawning waves of allies, and you can't kill them until you kill all the allies. Can we please kill this rare in the middle? Oh shit, that chunked. God, so almost dead. Here's one. And then you have these like mate just straggling behind. The thing that's making this hard is this bubble which makes them immune unless you sit on top of their face, so it's like Oath plus Proximal. Oh, I lost my cursor there for a second. Need to be wary of my surroundings here. Oh shit, okay, can't face tank that. Where are the rest of the... Whew! Okay, let me catch up on chat. That's probably the most focused I've been in a while. This is hardcore player nightmare fuel. You would have logged 5 times already. Very fun. I forgot there was a stream on the second one. I missed out. I really... Cool. All right. That was the longest remnant ever. Hopefully we don't get... we're not... Oh, shit. Propagating runes. That will be definitely too much. But this is the T16 with some chunky remnants, which could probably get some nasty rune combinations like that one, which had Oath and the Proximal. Alright, next one. Hopefully no Oath. I think I may actually pay attention to the Oath rune from now and just skip it if I do roll it. It's just nightmare fuel. It's not just bugging out, it's just the fact that this build is struggling a little bit with like single target and clear. It's like obviously not the most optimal build, and having these immune mobs just sitting on your ass while you have to run around and find all their buddies is it just takes so long. And that one to boot also had the proximal bubble, which means you have to sit on top of them. Oh no, I think we got Oath again. Or do we? No, I think that's just Runic Ward. I don't know, either way, this Remnant's feeling a lot better. I think it's Oath again, actually. This guy's an Oath. The way it used to bug, from what I understand, is he would spawn his allies off the map, and then you just couldn't kill them. I believe that's what the bug was. You can see this guy, I can't damage him unless I kill his allies. At least without the proximal, it's a little bit more manageable. Is this a Remnant again? Looks like it. These remnants are feeling a little bit better. single target is definitely a little bit meh. Should sit on top of all these fire infusions. There you are. Oh shit, stop. We go back in. Oh! That's why you don't face tank a narrow passage. Oh, Oath Rune, fuck. Whoa. Whoa, boy. Oh, boy. I see 2 rare mobs. I mean, 2 immune rares. Damage definitely feels okay when the infused comets go off. It's a little bit lackluster when they don't. I need them fire infusions, I think. Definitely noticed it. Living Bomb was definitely a good play. The fire infused comets feel very satisfying. When I don't have them, the damage definitely drops off a little bit. Geez, how many rares are lining up on this bridge? Oh shit, stuck on something. Oh crap. Yo, Kipski. Oof. God, I can't see anything.
No.
Oh god. How can we get down there to make this a little bit easier? We send it! Send it! Let me catch up with chat. Why did you pivot the build, dude? I'm like in this, so pardon the question. Quite simply because YOLO. Kind of experimented and got the Grim Pillars build to where I wanted it. It felt good. Proved that wasn't really too much more to do with it without burning a lot of currency. So we changed it up just simply for a bit of fun. God, this is an awkward little bottleneck. With chilled ground as well.
Give my power to wield.
Oh, jeez. All right. This, to be honest, is also one of those... Actually, I'm not going to jinx myself. I'll explain something after this as well, if we survive it.
A gift from fate.
I'll explain something else in a moment once we hopefully clear all this without any incident. OMG, we actually live. God damn, that was a sketchy moment at the start there, wasn't there, guys? Running around with no life flasks. We did TP, which is a little bit of a chicken shit move, but that was fun. I did, keep in mind, I did have almost 2k runic ward underneath that, so it looked a little bit scarier than it was, but I didn't have any flasks. If I took a big chunk into the runic ward, it would have been sketchy. Fuck, that was fun though. It's probably the most fun I've had on THC thus far, not gonna lie. We got an Elder Saga out of it as well, so that's gonna be something to look forward to. Yeah, exactly. You guys were like, if someone's not aware, I'm running around with like, I think I had like about that much life. It looks a lot scarier than it is. I've got, you know, with remnants of Calgary overflowing, this is almost as much as my life is. So yeah, got a big chunk of runic ward, but I had no flasks left, so it was a little bit sketch. So as I was saying, another reason I've done this is when I did my... Hold on, we got ads. For those that have got ads. We'll wait for the ads to run through, and I'll sort through my inventory in that time.
Welcome. This is what we have available. For now, we part.
Ugh. I'll give it another 30 seconds. Twitch is still telling me that there's some ads running. How to fit in Trickster's Shard. Probably have to be at the expense of rapid casting. I think, all right, ads should be done. Another reason I wanted to do the build pivot and do this build in particular is I did a much more min-maxed, like absolutely decked out version of this build on softcore trade and made a guide about it, and it was positively received by most of the community. But as you always do on YouTube, there's always the trolls, and there was quite a lot of people saying, oh my god, it's such a glass cannon, it's so rippy, you know, you're not like going CI, you're taking pyro pack damage, oh my god, I'm dying from the ignite damage from the grinning immolation. And I was like, I don't believe you. So this was a little bit of a, well, if I can pull this off on hardcore and survive, there's really no argument to say that this isn't a defensive build as well. And I think we have made some steps to proving that. I don't know what you guys think, but but we've just done a T16 expedition. We weren't propagating the runes. That will be the next step, I think. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit tired. It's almost 2 a.m. here, and that map was kind of intense. But what I think I will do tomorrow is we will take this puppy. We'll do an Elder Saga, and I will just full send it and turn on option 1 here and propagate the runes. And we'll full send it on a, I don't know if, I think I've still got one T16 left. We'll full send it on this Waystone. So I think tomorrow may be the 07 moment. Elder Saga T16 will propagate the runes and we'll just full send it. So, yeah, I think we'll wrap it up there. That was a lot of fun. It took a lot of time to set up, but it still does. As you guys could probably tell, the single target is a bit off. If I had my time again, I probably would have done a Spark setup. I think Spark would work a lot better with this kind of... This isn't exactly budget gear. Like, this wand and focus are pretty damn good. But Spark's clear and single target is just way better than Frostbolt. Like, Frostbolt really needs the extra layer of investment to feel good. I'm, like, super dependent on Frost Walls for killing things. But hey, look, we still got through it and it worked. I may have a think about Trickster's Shard and I may swap that for the rapid casting. We'll see. But anyway, hope that was fun. Any suggestions? Let's have a look who we can pass this on to. Who is online? Cal is. That's the #1 option. Who else? I think it's going to have to be Cal. We haven't rated Cal for a while. I don't know anyone else online here. Yeah, pleasure, guys. I hope you did pick up little bits and pieces. Got a big insight in the last day and a half into kind of what goes into build creation and some of the things that float around at least my head when I'm doing stuff. I may off stream still have a look at this and see if I think there's plenty of room to optimize this, but you know, this is functioning to a degree. Yeah, fun day. Fun day. 07 guys, we'll pass the raid on to Cal. And we'll see you all tomorrow.